Good early afternoon to all of you joining us online from different parts of Europe and the world, as well as to our colleagues here in Brussels on site. And welcome to our event on Inclusive Excellence, a global approach for European higher education, with a question mark. On the 18th of January this year, the European Commission published the much anticipated European strategy for universities, a strategic vision to which we've largely contributed as a stakeholder organization, supporting in particular the international, that is the beyond Europe dimension of the strategy. As for us and for our member organization, transnational cooperation is by default global and meant to address global challenges. Recently endorsed by the European Council, the strategy also portrays in its fourth pillar European higher education institutions as drivers of Europe's global role and leadership, stressing that, and I quote, "Europe needs more than ever to reach out to the rest of the world." On the launch of the strategy, we saw this as an opportunity to connect with our partners here in Brussels, in Europe and in the wider world, to further debate and contribute with new ideas and concrete examples towards enhancing this global dimension of the strategy. Our planning of this event has started together with our Brussels-based member organizations, and that is the DAAD Brussels office, the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills at Norcor, the CZELO office of DZS and VLUHR International several months ago, and in a rather different context. Before concepts such as Europe's strategic autonomy or the as open as possible, as closed as necessary approach, already heatedly debated in the framework of research cooperation, had entered the realm of higher education, which for decades we've seen as more open and more flexible. And importantly, this was before the sorrowful invasion of Ukraine by Russia on 24 February, and the many horrors that continue since, that mobilized the world and our field in extraordinary ways. This heartbreaking development also turned overnight the conversation that we meant to have anyhow on the global approach from initially a perceived opportunity, a nice to have to a certain extent, into a burning necessity, as many organizations in our field and many of our members within HK have taken unprecedented stands on cooperation, particularly with Russian higher education institutions, seeing a possible turning point in higher education cooperation as we knew it. Cooperating internationally, particularly in times of crisis, is in the institutional DNA of organizations that are part of the HK network, as they are funding agencies for transnational cooperation and mobility in higher education. Many of these agencies were in fact created in the aftermath of the Second World War to foster peace and mutual understanding through education and science diplomacy. Via funded higher education cooperation programs, they were entrusted with rebuilding bridges with countries and higher education and research systems where the political doors were not only shut, but in some cases locked altogether. And for many decades, cooperation in higher education was the back door that was purposefully kept open when everything else failed. It is clear, though, that we are at the moment navigating through different times, governed by unprecedented levels of uncertainty due to a growing number of diverse crisis situations, from health-related ones like the COVID pandemic to political and military ones, and I quote here just a few: Afghanistan, Myanmar, Syria, and now Ukraine, and environmental ones, crises that succeed each other with increasing speed and that are highly interconnected. Within our association, this succession of challenges and unforeseen developments led to many new and critical questions, most of them with no straightforward answers, such as how could we better coordinate our efforts and step up support at European level in responding to emergency situations and assisting students and scholars at risk irrespective of nationality. How can we do that optimally and responsibly at the same time, preventing brain drain from conflict-affected areas and supporting institutional rebuilding? How can we help maintain education and research infrastructures in countries that are at war? How can we remain inclusive in our approach to global cooperation and at the same time consider the new risks? How can we make sure that education ultimately does not become an instrument of politics? And last but not least, how can we bridge the value divide with our long-term strategic partners? These times clearly call us to re-examine the core principles of international cooperation as we ponder on whether we might be facing a paradigm shift in education and science diplomacy, and with new paradoxes to manage, to stay true on our core values on the one hand, and on the other to our mission as connectors of difference and of diversity in a shifting geopolitical context. It is these principles and fundaments of the global approach to cooperation that we want to explore today through the lens of inclusive excellence, a concept put forward by the European Commission in the accompanying document of the European Strategy for University. You might be wondering what that concept means exactly, and if you do, be reassured you're not the only one. The Commission presented it as a vision, and I quote, of excellence that is open, fair, and spread across the regions, types of higher education institutions, and across the 4 missions in a balanced way, anchoring European approach to both internal and external cooperation in higher education. So throughout the event, and with the help of our many wonderful speakers, we'll strive to constructively see what this concept could mean in policy and practice from the different perspectives of different colleagues from different organizations and policymakers in the first panel. We'll then collect evidence of related approaches and student and staff mobility in the second panel discussion. We will do that also through collaborative partnerships in the third panel, while exploring how this concept might need to be revisited in the present and not yet known future times. Last, we'll extract, with the help of speakers in the concluding session, some key takeaways feeding back into the global pillar of the European strategy. In closing, the strategy calls for European higher education leadership in a global context. Relatedly, and from across the Atlantic, though with Czech roots, the late Madeleine Albright is quoted as saying, "Leaders are made by the situations they are in. Some rise to the occasion and others don't." The situation we are now transitioning feels unprecedented. It also presents a unique chance to jointly reconstitute European leadership in higher education to face these new challenges with increasing foresight and long-term vision. And as a network, we have faith that by coming together, we can accomplish this task. We've taken some steps in the direction as well, together with some of our member organizations. One of them is co-signing last week in Berlin, the Berlin Declaration, together with, in the framework of the G7 plus Partners Higher Education Summit hosted by the German Academic Exchange Service, our German member organization, or DAAD in short. Today, we won't claim we will be able to provide all the relevant answers and solutions to how to achieve or deliver on this vision, nor that we can certainly solve all the questions related to the European strategy, but we strive to address at least the relevant questions, relying on your engagement with and insights on these big questions, and carving a path forward in which our role as international higher education actors is to continue to build perhaps different types of bridges and support peace and reconciliation at a time when the world is everything but peaceful or predictable. And now it is high time to start with the first panel discussion that will be moderated by Gerhard Volz, Head of Department for International Cooperation in Higher Education in Austria's Agency for Education and Internationalization, OeAD, and also Board of HK. Gerhard, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Irina, for the kind introduction. Defining, redefining perhaps, inclusive excellence in the changing geopolitical landscape, a new era of science and education diplomacy, question mark. This is the title of our panel, our first panel, and I'm very grateful for the panelists who will join for this first discussion. The concept of inclusive excellence is a rather new one. Irina just touched on that, and it comes, as far as I understand it, as an attempt to bridge two very important priorities of the European Strategy for University. First, the mission of European higher education to interact as global centers of excellence, and second, the clear objective to incorporate diversity, inclusiveness, and equal access within each and every European initiative. And pretty straightforward from the title, but even more pushing when looking at the terrible war in Ukraine, we have to look into what we might expect from the concepts of inclusive excellence with regard to science diplomacy, or as some like to better call it, knowledge diplomacy. As a first step into the discussion, I'll be citing a few lines from the staff working document, which has been transmitted to you with the invitation to this seminar, and which is accompanying the European Strategy for Universities. And here the Commission stresses two main directions. First, interacting as global centers of excellence in science and research, which should happen in a fair and balanced manner across regions, across university sectors and types, and across different mission and targets. And I'm citing now, the idea behind the principle of inclusive excellence is that EU funding for higher education should not be distributed to only a few institutions with strong research capabilities, but rather support excellence in universities throughout Europe. The EU should support excellence and potential for impact in any higher education institution and in any core mission. And there comes the science diplomacy notion. The principle of inclusive excellence is rooted in European values and is aligned with the EU's commitment to social and regional cohesion. Excellence is sought across all higher education core missions: learning, teaching, research, innovation, knowledge utilization and diffusion, engagement and service to society, and institutional governance and management. This recognizes that all types of higher education institutions can have activities of international excellence or have a potential for significant social impact that is worth supporting. The European model, and this is something we will also discuss in our panel, has intrinsic value, that's what the staff working document says, for Europe's global competitiveness, maximizing the overall capacity and capability of Europe's diverse higher education institutions through fair and balanced excellence and transnational cooperation strengthens Europe's role internationally. This is the first point, and the second direction is providing equal access, and here now we get the individual level of people, but you will see also of institutions, providing equal access for underrepresented and disadvantaged actors. Inclusive excellence is about providing additional targeted support to underrepresented and underserved communities from across Europe to ensure their effective equal access to excellent education and equal chance of achievement in higher education. Creating an inclusive environment in higher education is one of the key commitments in EU's policies on higher education. EU action in higher education seeks to support excellent higher education while ensuring equity of access, participation, and successful completion. In this regard, EU actions are aligned with the vision of a socially inclusive European higher education area. With those statements from the staff working document, the two directions, I will only very briefly introduce our panelists. You find their biographical backgrounds, their career backgrounds in the accompanying documents on the website of this seminar. On my right side, Filip van Depoele, who will get the floor as first speaker, is Head of Unit for International Cooperation in the Directorate General Education, Youth and Sports and Culture of the European Commission. I tend to call him internally Mr. Erasmus Plus Global Dimension. Filip, thank you for being here. Martin Penny is the counterpart on the research side, if I may say so. He's Head of Unit for International Cooperation in the DG Research and Innovation in the European Commission. His unit covers EU's international relations in research and innovation with the Americas, Australia, New Zealand, Russia, and Central Asia, implementing the recently adopted global approach for research and innovation. On my left side, Hilligje van Plant is the Secretary General of the International Association of Universities, IAU, a global NGO with UNESCO associated status. She positioned IAU as a partner in UNESCO work on education for sustainable development and in the UNESCO Futures of Education initiative, and higher education as a key stakeholder for the UN Agenda 2030, transforming our world. Maija Airas, on your right side, is the head of is a counselor of education and head of unit for international higher education cooperation at the Finnish National Agency for Education. She has devoted a major part of her professional career to promoting internationalization in higher education. And last but not least, Márton Beke, on your left side, is the head of unit for higher education policy and development at the Tempus Public Foundation in Hungary. He is responsible for Erasmus Plus centralized actions, CEPUS program, and for other initiatives within the European higher education area reform initiatives. And by the way, if I may say from the Austrian side, also a very long-standing, stable partner for regional activities in our Central European context. With this, I would like to give the floor to Filip to a bit further elaborate on the excellence, inclusive excellence seen from the strategy. Do we see it correctly that excellence stands for international competitiveness and talent attraction, while inclusiveness is more referred to the access in general or to the support for underrepresented groups? Is there a bridge, and how can we bridge that? Filip, please.
Okay, hi, good afternoon, everybody. Many thanks for the invitation. Very happy to be here. Just to come back to your first question, I think I would briefly like to touch upon both the policy and program aspects of inclusive excellence. Picking up on what you said, we see in fact two dimensions to our international cooperation on higher education. On the one hand, there is indeed the aspect of competitiveness, of attractiveness, trying to get the best talents to Europe. But then there's also the other dimension, more in terms of development cooperation and in terms of supporting excellence in higher education across the world. But basically, I think a bit further elaborating on what was already said in the staff working document, we think that the concept of inclusive excellence is actually relevant to both dimensions. We do not think that there should be a contradiction between inclusiveness on the one hand and striving for excellence on the other. I think it's important that we recognize the potential of any higher education institution, for example, to develop activities on international excellence. And that's also why, in terms of our support, we are really trying to target on supporting the underrepresented areas, on trying to address or involve the types of higher education institutions which so far have not been fully participating, on also looking at underrepresented study fields, or indeed also to get students and staff involved from underrepresented backgrounds. So if you allow me, I will maybe briefly dwell a bit on how we try to implement this concept of inclusive excellence within the new generation of the Erasmus program, and particularly looking at the international dimension. I think we can do it, as was mentioned, at an institutional level and at an individual level. In terms of the institutional level, what we have done is, for example, we have created an additional strand under the capacity building for higher education. So there, obviously, we need to attract or to finance the best projects, excellent projects, but we also at the same time need to avoid that the most experienced, the most well-prepared universities are in fact squeezing out those who have not been participating so far and who would actually benefit most of this kind of capacity building activities. So that's why, in order to get newcomers into the program, we have been creating this additional strand, targeting at underrepresented areas, at underrepresented disciplines, and at the type of institutions which so far have not been participating fully. So there's already one concrete element to try to, while still striving for excellent projects, being as inclusive as possible. I think I can make the same comment when it comes to the Erasmus Mundus actions, where once again we have introduced a new Erasmus Mundus design measure actions, which has precisely this kind of objective to really give a stepping stone, a possibility of organizations for whom straight away coming up with a joint integrated master and delivering this master might be a bit too challenging, so that they can take time to jointly develop a partnership, develop a project, and then apply the subsequent year in order to come up for funding, which is another way to still insisting on the excellence dimension of Erasmus Mundus, but also giving the possibilities of institutions that would not have the capacity to start straight away to get involved in the action. And then maybe as a last point, I would like to dwell a bit on the individual level, focusing on two particular actions. Once again, the scholarships for Erasmus Mundus joint degrees, where once again we need to perceive and insist on the concept of excellence, but at the same time what we have been doing is really trying to promote the opportunities as widely as possible, also to target groups that so far might not have been aware of the possibilities. We also ensure that the scholarship that we give is as inclusive as possible, so it covers tuition, but it covers living costs, it covers relocation costs, travel allowances, so to make sure that regardless of the socioeconomic background, students can take part. And on top of it, we are also, thanks to the funding that we get, in particular from DG INPA and DG NIR, we are also providing additional scholarships for medium and low income countries, which have actually allowed us to increase the number of scholarships by 33%. So it's also a very concrete way of still maintaining the excellence principle whilst trying to be inclusive. And I think as a very final point, I would just maybe like to give some pointers when it comes to international credit mobility, because there I think we are following once again the same logic. On the one hand, for example, for the first time in going to shorter mobilities, in towards blended mobilities, to broaden the base of participants. Also increasing the financial support we give to students with fewer opportunities. Also by increasing the level of organizational support we give to higher education institutions so that they have more funding to support students, for example, when it comes to visa applications. And last but not least, also to mention that we are paying more attention in the context of the interinstitutional agreement on how students are selected from a more disadvantaged background. So it's just a bit in a nutshell how we see the concept of inclusive excellence and how we are really trying to make it very concrete in the actions that we are implementing under the international dimension of Erasmus+. Thank you.
Philip, thank you very much for this overview. I will immediately pass to the research counterpart. The global pillar of the European strategy for universities is seen as a counterpart in the area of higher education cooperation to the European Commission's related strategy for research, the global approach to research and innovation of May last year. How applicable, Márton Penny, is the inclusive excellence principle to this strategy, to this communication, and what synergies do you see between the global dimension of the both strategies?
Well, thank you very much, Gerhard, and thank you to ACCA for the organization of this seminar. It's a pleasure to be here, and I think this seminar tackles a really timely topic that's been very much at the heart of our thinking since we developed the global approach, started drafting the global approach, which, as Gerhard said, was adopted in May of last year. And the global approach allows us to push forth on an open but principled and reciprocal cooperation in research and innovation, which allows us to promote and safeguard our interests and our core values, very much in line with what was said in the opening remarks, ensuring that our programs are as open as possible, but as closed as necessary. And universities are a key part of building Europe's connections with the world. It's through the creative environment they offer that our researchers can develop research and innovation-based solutions to improve our lives, the environment, our societies, and the world we live in, as you all well know. The university's communication sets out that universities are part of the soft power of Europe, allowing to exchange talents and ideas from across the world, build bridges with partner countries, and promote and find shared values and principles to improve cooperation. And I think the principle of inclusive excellence is very much there within the global approach and within the design of the framework program. The openness of our funding in the framework program to international cooperation is a fundamental of it. The current framework program, Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, is designed to be open to researchers of any nationality, of any legal entity, and from any type of organization in all countries of the world. As we know, excellence and excellent ideas can come from anywhere. And so the openness of the program is something which is a fundamental to us. And to ensure the inclusiveness aspects of this, the program funds researchers and research organizations from all low and most middle income countries. The program is also open in terms of ensuring that countries which have like-minded values and principles, but also share the same research priorities, can formally associate to the program. I think the easiest way of understanding that is they buy into the program, give a financial contribution, and then can participate in essentially the same way as member states with the same rights and principles, and the same rights and obligations. Association in the past, from previous framework programs, has been restricted to countries on Europe's border. But to make the program more open, more inclusive, if you will, under Horizon Europe, association is now open to partner countries that share similar research priorities, values, and principles from across the globe. And we're already in the process of concluding the exploratory talks with New Zealand and with Canada on their association to the program. We hope to launch the formal negotiations towards the middle of this year. Exploratory talks are also going underway with South Korea and will start shortly with Japan. And this openness allows for the best minds from across the world to come together and find these solutions to the challenges we face in the world. In the global approach, we make a particular focus on the green challenges, climate and environmental, on digital, health, and the innovation challenges. And we continue now to see the importance of this in the work that's been happening in research innovation in relation to the COVID pandemic, in terms of sharing data, ideas, and approaches for both vaccines and treatments and medical care within research communities and within clinical practice from across the world. And this openness, as I said, is a cornerstone of the global approach to international cooperation. And I think the need for us to reach out to international partners was highlighted very much by the HRVP Borrell last week following his visit to Latin and South America, where he underlined the need for us to build and rethink our strategy with key partners. The global approach also brings forward the agenda of having a number of fundamental values and principles as the basis for this openness. So we want key values and principles such as academic freedom, research ethics and integrity, gender equality, diversity and inclusiveness, open science, protection of IPR, to be agreed and implemented at an international level, so to allow for trusted and fair cooperation between our researchers. Effectively, what we'd be looking for is to create this safe space where researchers can know that they can work with confidence with global partners, knowing that the framework conditions that their research takes place in, there is agreement with the partners they're working with. And so they can focus just on what they need to do, which is the actual science and the research in finding their creative solutions. And so I think there's also a link there in terms of the inclusiveness aspect of the university's communication. We had a conference of the French presidency at the beginning of March in Marseille on that. That was a slightly different conference than we imagined, given the events of the previous week with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and I think we'll touch on that in a later part of the talk. But through that conference, we agreed to launch a multilateral dialogue with a range of non-European partners, which we'll launch in the coming months on these values and principles to find the degree of commonality between our partners in that respect. And in the future, the outcomes of this will inform and determine will become an increasingly modulated approach to our cooperation with third countries. So very much the idea of this open as possible, closed as necessary. So we'll strengthen our dialogue with countries where we share these values and principles, and giving greater openness, and maybe have more restriction on countries where we don't share the values and principles to focus on things which are more of global significance, particularly areas such as climate change or biodiversity. So I think that gives you an overview of where we are in the global approach and how this principle of inclusiveness and inclusive excellence is mirrored very much within the way in which we are implementing it. Thank you, Gerhard.
Thank you, Martin. I think that was a good bridge to the next panelist, Hilligje. You are representing IAU as the only global association of universities, truly global. You will explain in a minute, I suppose. Now we have this European strategy for university with this notion of inclusive excellence and with a quite unique approach, European approach based on values and principles to global cooperation. What do you think we should further emphasize as central principles for European higher education collaboration with the wider world? And can you also elaborate a bit on your understanding on the concept of science diplomacy in this context?
So I have 3 minutes to do all that. That will be quite a challenge. I would like to start by thanking
7 minutes.
7 minutes, yes. To thank you and Irina for hosting this event, which I believe is a very important one for many, not only in Europe, but also way beyond, to understand the jargon that we're using to actually speak about the different topics that we speak about today. I would like to also thank you for having invited me. I'm inside and outside, so that will be also interesting to discuss also a bit later on and in the other panels. And for building bridges with other discussions that are taking place around the world on the place of universities in society. I would like to also thank you, Irina, for repositioning actually the role of universities and recalling the fact that they're there to build peace in the minds of people and to actually build these bridges between countries and especially in countries where there are so many difficulties and we need to remain open and really work together. We're being faced and challenged on that, especially these days with what's happening obviously in Ukraine, in Afghanistan, and you mentioned many other, Myanmar, but we have it in many other places. So the whole notion of inclusiveness, of openness and building bridges where we thought we were advancing a few years ago in the right direction. We see that we're also now gearing in wrong directions. We see a lot more closing up of countries. We see challenges to the opportunity to work together. We see looking inward of countries, but also regions. And so I was very much challenged by this invitation as I had to go read all the documents that we have been citing already today. And to better understand them, because obviously I've been hearing about the concepts, but since this session is calling for a redefinition and really debate about it, I had to go deep, dive deeper and understand a bit better what the notion of inclusive excellence would mean. So inclusivity is a first term that I wanted to question and then really understand, because the documents, for as far as I read them and could understand, is an inclusiveness within Europe. And you're talking, so I hear that you're talking about an opening up to the rest of the world, but the documents themselves are not that open. They are not emphasizing it in that sense. The second word, excellence, is a word that we are challenging all the time. What does it mean? Excellence is something that has a reality, a meaning, is echoing with a reality on the ground within an institution, within a country, within a region, but it doesn't mean that it's not excellent. So it's always a bit of a tension already in these two terms, which makes perfect sense, and it will be interesting to have a debate also over coffee afterwards and trying to understand where that goes. So the European situation is obviously a very special one and a specific one, because universities are very old tradition of building a higher education of high quality. From the Middle Ages to today, the sector is really expanding, and it's absolutely amazing. And the other regions of the world are really looking at what is happening in Europe. They're really in awe and ahs, because it is quite amazing what has been happening over the last decades in this, in bringing together of the higher education area, in the HEA, in the Bologna processes, etc., and all the different instruments that have been developed over time. So it's really interesting to see how that comes together and allows to actually embrace the notion that universities can do something better when they work together. And that is really what is being showcased, especially also most recently with the European University Alliances that generate something new. I sit on the board of two, and I'm really very amazed by the dynamics that come about through these alliances. I see also that it is an inclusivity, so it's building bridges across divides. It comes with challenges of institutional barriers or national barriers. We know the QA mechanisms, etc. It's all highlighted in the documents, but it also comes with a challenge when you think globally, because nobody understands these alliances. Nobody understands what's their place and what's their status and what their students, if they send them to Europe, will be able to benefit from it. It doesn't matter, because we're still at the infancy of a beautiful project, and it will develop, and it will be backed way into the future, hopefully. And it will be important to help other continents better understand the principles behind it, why they are created, and what it allows. So one of the challenges that I often see in the inclusiveness there is that it's a challenge sometimes to the institutions themselves when the international relations officers are so much involved in the alliance, they don't have time for the rest of the world. They don't have time for the global aspects. They don't have time to do everything. So universities need to be backed even more in the future in order to be able to live up to their mission, to their vision, and to the expectations from society. Because, Gerhard, you reminded the universities of what they have to stand for. I think they have to do everything from educating people, doing the research, the community engagement, the science diplomacy. They have to do everything. And then they're invited to the table as a second thought sometimes, which is also a bit sad. They should be at the heart and center of everything that you do. So if you have a delegation going out in the world, put your universities at the middle, because they are the ones who will make the difference. And they are the ones who educate millions of people around the world, in Europe in particular. Then there is something else in the inclusivity that I find sometimes a bit challenging, but that's where I needed to really take the time to read carefully through the documents in order to not say something that is not true, but this inclusivity in the sense that Europe is better than the rest of the world. And that's a bit, maybe I'm the only one who can say it here. It is maybe true for certain things, but the excellence is a reality somewhere else as well. So I would really fancy new discussions around these concepts in a more dialogical way, where we dialogue with the others on equal footing, and we don't bring to the others the European way of looking at things, because it hurts, and we hear it from other parts, from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia, and it puts actually at the forefront of a discussion that should be inclusive and should be building bridges and making this dynamics of higher education as the key to finding the solutions to our global challenges, rooted rather in competition, in opposition, in not and closing up. I like what you said just earlier, make it as open as possible, yet as closed as necessary. And then the as closed as necessary sometimes is closer to the start of the openness rather than the opposite. I had notes for, I think, the whole day, but I think my time is up and we will have discussions. But I really like those dynamics, and to see how they are in tension with the opportunities that are actually amazing in Europe. And I think that one part that really needs to be also put at the heart of everything that we do is culture. I think that if we want Europe to be competitive in the future, we have to maximize on our incredible richness, the diversity, the cultural opportunities, the beauty of traveling from one country to the next, to learn languages. It is in the text, but it could be put right in heart at the center as well. One last point that I would like to put on the table is the idea that when you come to Europe and you want to benefit from a high-quality higher education, you need time. Yet we always talk about efficiency, efficacy. Where do other parts of the world win? Because that was also in the documents. There's a race for excellence. There's a race. Why do other parts of the world attract? Because they've taken, to my understanding of the realities there, a more economic approach to things. So you will have micro-credentials. You can do it in 1 year, and you can maximize on having a study and then a diploma where you get a job at the end. I think Europe has something else to bring. We bring the reality of the diversity of the world with the opportunity to bring the different dynamics and cultures and communities together. That takes time. So we need to also bring back into the university some flexibility and opportunity for the students to have the time to do what they need to do in order to acquire the European values and the basis upon which to build a different kind of society based on a high quality higher education. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this view, which I consider very important, not only at this point of the discussion, but in general when we speak or when we look at the document, but when we also discuss and see on how we should develop and how current crises are influencing our everything what we thought is right or wrong until today. I think this is some notion which is underlying here, and you were a bit critical, and I like that, I have to say, because we had discussions within our organization, within the AK, also on this questions of equal footing versus some Eurocentrism, which is in the document. I also like the notion of what you said about cultural diversity and knowledge diversity, which might be a key element, and also for knowledge diplomacy. Maija, with this comment, which I had to make in between, I would like to pass the floor to you. You are working in an agency. So what do you see as the role, or where do you see, we had some concepts in excellence. Filip was mentioning Erasmus Mundus, for instance, as an excellence concept. There was not so much inclusion in it so far, and I'm happy that that is now coming. But also you mentioned we need to back the university. So what can we do also from your point of view to back the university in between the political actors, let's say the European Commission, or maybe also our ministries, and the ground, those who have to work or are willing to work on internationalization?
Okay, thank you, Gerhard, and thank you, Irina. Thank you, AK, for the opportunity to join this discussion and the panel. I have to say that past days I've been trying to learn about this inclusive excellence, and there is a lot to learn, but thanks to this discussion already, I think I'm beginning to see the light, at least to some point. I was thinking of addressing the question or the panel discussion here from two perspectives. First of all, maybe on a little bit more practical level, as you, Gerhard, maybe was referring to as well, thoughts on European and global higher education cooperation as such in the current crisis, and especially thinking about the Russian attack or aggression to Ukraine. But also, like, inspired by the staff working paper of the Commission, I wanted to address a few issues that have to do with the importance of academic freedom and democratic values, which I see could be a sort of a core of our notion of inclusive excellence and how we want to work with that concept, especially in the context of global cooperation, so in the higher education cooperation between European institutions and their counterparts in other parts of the world. And certainly the questions we have on the table regarding the current crisis and with Ukraine are not easy to handle, and to my mind focusing on inclusiveness here and thinking about actual practical measures to promote cooperation and to help Ukrainian higher education institutions and the region around. Inclusiveness here should not only mean welcoming talent from diverse backgrounds, but especially now I think it's about building inclusive partnerships then to jointly address the challenges and cope through difficult times. And in this respect, I really like the idea of questioning what is excellence, and is it an objective concept, or should we actually define it in different contexts a bit differently? And I really hope we can continue on discussing that topic maybe today or later on. Yeah, as was already actually mentioned by Irina Ferencz in her opening speech last week, many of us national agencies working with international education from G7 countries, but also from other countries, we met in Berlin on the invitation of DAAD to discuss academic cooperation in this difficult time. And I think we shared many of the notions, and most of the topics were shared by us all, and especially now in the case of Ukraine, and thinking about what Europe and what our higher education institutions should do, we share the understanding that there is a lot of support needed for institutional cooperation and partnerships, and we need to be prepared together to face the challenges and cope with the future. But then at the same time, what we all have to think about, both the institutions as well as governments and agencies and the European Commission and the European parties as well, is the support for the individuals. That we need to be able to continue with our support to study and research in a safe environment, be that in Europe or in some other place. And it is clear that that is a priority for all of our actions now. But then thinking about these two different perspectives and challenges related to them, I think the sort of the joint understanding is that the sort of the concerns which have to do with these perspectives is about brain drain and how to deal with that. And we need to be able to look it at a systemic level, at the institutional and national level, and we need to be able to look at our European support measures, our ways of working with keeping in mind these possible long-term implications on brain drain. But then, of course, we need to respect the aspirations and hopes and needs of the individuals, of the students and scholars who need to flee the crisis and the war, and how then to balance with the ambiguity and how to balance with these perspectives. I think it's in the key in all that we do currently within these crisis situations, and trying to find our ways to work with the current crisis. Before attending or coming to this panel, I was a little bit looking at what we actually do currently with the European programs and measures, and of course the colleagues from the Commission were already touching upon that. And to me, what Erasmus Plus program is now doing for Ukraine is actually, to my mind, flexible and inclusive as well. And then the question is that we have here a tailor-made solution for Ukraine, for the crisis in Ukraine, but then how about when and if when other conflicts and wars follow? So could there be a more permanent way of responding like we are doing now? For example, our members of parliament in Finland and Nordic Council have been lately addressing the fact that from Belarus we have students fleeing the authoritarian regime, and what could be done then from the point of view of European higher education, but of course from the point of view of European governments and Nordic governments in this case to support them. And I guess from the European perspective, from the perspective of our existing support instruments, our existing cooperation instruments, you cannot find a clear answer or an easy answer to this. And thinking about that we are today discussing science diplomacy or knowledge diplomacy, I think these issues should be more clearly touched upon in the future. Then within the Erasmus Plus program and for our higher education institutions, of course, we do have the capacity building projects and that stream of activity, which are certainly very useful, also thinking about rebuilding the higher education system in Ukraine and in likewise countries. And especially if we are able to introduce project types with a lower threshold for participation, especially in crisis situations, I guess then we are coming closer to the needs of the higher education institutions in respect. Thinking about excellence here and inclusivity, I was also more or less pondering about the question that could, for example, the European University Alliances take a greater role when capacity building in the cases of Ukraine and crises like that is considered, and could these excellence initiatives have a stronger voice to be voiced here? Already a colleague from the Commission was touching upon the Erasmus Mundus programs and its approach to inclusive excellence, and of course we do have the lower threshold maybe to participate nowadays, and partner institutions from Europe can play a crucial role. Their needs probably are better taken into account when compared to earlier times, and scholarship opportunities probably are more easily accessible, and it's great to have dedicated budgets. But still, thinking about the case of Ukraine, the crisis we are living now, I think there is a lot we could do more regarding the European programs and sort of their suitability in this kind of situations, and the flexibility which is there. So maybe these thoughts about sort of the actual cooperation opportunities and how in the case of European cooperation, in the case of higher education institutions, at least from my point of view, you can sort of question the existing situation and look at the links between inclusivity and excellence in the current programs. Maybe before finishing, if I may, I still have a few minutes, I hope. No? I would still point out a few words about the importance of academic freedom and democratic values in this respect, and as a core of inclusive excellence. And from the staff working document, it is clear that we see that transnational cooperation aims at supporting European values and promoting democracy in Europe, thinking about the intra-European perspective. But as was actually mentioned by Martin Penny, I also see that this should really apply also with partners outside Europe and for our global cooperation. And it is something I would really like to see flourishing as resulting this new strategy and the staff working paper as it is. I just want to finish by saying that in this change in geopolitical environment in which we are living now, I think the higher education institutions' contribution to academic freedom and promoting democratic values is of really high importance. And I think we all should really think about how and in which ways that could be even more strongly prevalent in the actions we are supporting at the European level, but of course at the national level, and how could universities and higher education institutions really promote this shared understanding on core values and academic freedom with their counterparts in other parts of the world. Yes, sorry for taking maybe more minutes than expected, but more or less, thank you.
Thank you very much. Maija, it seems that we all have to be more conscious and to become more conscious when it comes to global cooperation, and that leads me to the last but not least speaker, Márton. When speaking about global collaboration, that is often referred to either and or the International Relations Office at the university or the students. Not so often, but still very important, to the teachers. And I think that the teachers play an important role, and you will elaborate a little bit. Teachers are required to deliver excellence, but teachers are also required to make sure that they are teaching inclusively or with an inclusive approach and take everyone on board. So Márton, what is the role in this concept for teachers at universities?
Yeah, thank you. I have a few slides, so maybe if you can show them. Thank you. The next one. Well, Gerhard, you more or less said what I wanted to say, so thank you very no, but I have a little bit more for those 7 seconds. So I think it sounds like a commonplace, but the teacher's role is changing in the world. They are not anymore guardians of knowledge. They are not possessors of knowledge, because knowledge is everywhere. Knowledge is accessible. We all have access to an endless amount of knowledge out there. So teachers are becoming more or less guidance, providing guidance. They are mentors. They are coaches of students and basically everyone. Also, we may call them peers. So this is a changing context. So thinking about inclusive excellence, you all more or less said, but when I was thinking about the term, and I had to research also because it sounds really nice, but also I said this is a very beautiful oxymoron in itself, but that's all right, because oxymorons are very, very poetic, and they have deep, they can lead us to deeper knowledge. So is it a contradiction in itself or not? Of course, I was trying to find ways to interpret this from the context of the teachers. Obviously, the student bodies in Europe, in the global context, they are becoming more and more diverse. So there are various needs, there are various capabilities and aims of the students, of those who wish to learn. I'm deliberately not only using the word students, because it can be basically everyone. So the teacher has to guide these diverse groups towards excellence. So this is inclusion from the point of view of the teacher's task, and this is excellence, towards excellence in knowledge, in practical terms, or to get degrees or credentials towards labor market and its expectations. So it's about the academic field, but there is not anymore one academic field in the terms of students. There is multi and transdisciplinarity in our academic context. Maybe even more importantly, we can talk about the transversal skills, because we know that students has to acquire knowledge, but if he or she has the appropriate transversal skills, they will be able to develop their knowledge. So they have to be flexible. They have to have skills of adaptability, digital, green, research, skills related to research, and so on. So all this leads to excellence. And of course, more of you have mentioned the mission and service to society. Teacher has to guide the students toward this as well. Can I have the next slide, please? Or should I move it? Oh, this is there already. So when we talk about preparing the teachers, giving support to teachers, we do not think about only academic knowledge. The teacher itself has to reach out to the diverse student groups, has to know what competencies are needed. So we have a project that is called Performance. We realized that with several agencies, ministries, quality assurance agencies within the European Higher Education Reform Initiative. And our experts have been trying to focus on what are the key. I know that there are many other projects and many such initiatives, but what are the important competencies of teachers in that term? So the student has to plan the courses and the curriculum in terms of universal design to become inclusive. Have to provide tailor-made presentations, diverse learning paths, and I could continue. The teaching performance itself is in the core of the competencies, how this teaching practice is provided, and in what way the teacher is able to support the students. How assessment is made, it also has to be inclusive. It's sometimes we do not think about it, but it's very important that it's adaptable. It has to be adaptable. They have to take part in professional development. They have to be self-reflective, and then there I would lead a track towards quality assurance, internal, external, and so on. Yeah. Research and innovation, social responsibility, and not to mention these less funny things like organization and administrative skills. These have all their aspects toward inclusion and excellence. The next one, please. So, what does it mean in terms of global competitiveness? All this, what I have said, has relations to the quality of teaching, to the quality of services that the given higher education institution provides. And obviously, this has its connections towards global competitiveness. We need to provide, the institutions have to provide quality, excellence in teaching and guidance, and not to mention the services. I would also mention that when we talk about inclusion, it's not only how to get on board the diverse students groups, but how to get on board, in terms of human resources, the teachers who need support and so on. So this is a gateway, I think, towards broadening educational cooperation and global competition from the point of view of European education. And I will finish by two thoughts because I know that time is up. I think for this, and this is what our project is partly about, we need data. Higher education institutions need data to assess the teaching and learning practice. The competencies of the teachers have indicators on how it is changing. So our project, one of the outcomes of our project, the performance project, and if we could jump to the last slide, just to show it very quickly, has been developing an assessment tool that can assess the teaching performance, the competencies of the teachers from the self, the peer point of view, so peer teaching, and from the student point of view that connects to the higher education leaders, and that provides you with measurable indicators. One of the horizontal aspects of this assessment tool is inclusion, how in the various thematic areas inclusion is implemented and how it can be measured. It's not yet fully complete, but it's going to be completed very soon. I think I was approximately taking 7 minutes of your time. Thank you. If that was more, I apologize.
Thank you very much, Márton. Yeah, we are now unfortunately a bit behind schedule in general, but I would like to make I think there are no comments or questions from the audience online, so I will continue with a final round, a second round, which is actually at the same time the final round of our panelists, and I'll be all asking you for short and concise answers. First, to the colleagues from the European Commission, we are amidst a changing world. We are in the middle of crises, from the pandemic to a terrible war in center of Europe, and other crises. So now we have two strategies, but how do you envisage the next steps? How do those strategies are going to develop? How do they are going to adapt? And where do you see more or less geopolitical collaboration? Where do you see more or minor priorities? Perhaps we can start again with Filip, if I may ask you.
Of course, thank you. I will try to be brief, maybe just mentioning 2 points, but I think there's a bit of a difference. It will be interesting to see what Márton is saying on this, between research on the one hand and then more cooperation in education, because we are still seen as fostering people-to-people contacts and keeping the dialogue open, even in terms of tensions with certain regions or countries. So from that point of view, there is a bit of a difference, I guess, between research cooperation and cooperation in the area of education. But I see still two tendencies. Maybe the first point I would like to make is the strong reflection of the von der Leyen geopolitical priorities also in the work we are doing when it comes to the international dimension of Erasmus+. So you might know that the von der Leyen Commission is putting a lot of emphasis on the one hand on sub-Saharan Africa, and secondly also on Western Balkans because of their perspective of joining the European Union. And I think it's very striking if we look at how the budget within the limited envelope of 2.2 billion of international cooperation, in total how the budget is allocated with almost 570 million going to sub-Saharan Africa, which is a very steep increase from around 150 million in the previous MFF. I think it's testimony of the strong reflection of the overall priorities also when it comes to how we work within the international dimension of Erasmus+. And the same goes for the Western Balkans. Also there is a total budget of 374 million available for the Western Balkan countries, so which means indeed a very substantial envelope reflecting the political priority given to that region. So that's basically the first point, a clear alignment between how we spend the funding and the broader overall geopolitical priorities of the Commission as a whole. And then the second point I would like to make is that although, as I said, Erasmus is a bit of a one-size-fits-all, we have a lot of openness. It's open as much as we can, basically. Still, we also see that we cannot be blind for the unfortunately changing geopolitical situation. So maybe just to give two concrete examples, you will not be surprised that a decision was taken to terminate all institutional cooperation with Russia, for example. So it's going quite far. I mean, Jean Monnet projects, which you could argue, or also people-to-people with Russian institutions will be discontinued, capacity building activities, participation of Russian institutions in joint masters will be terminated. So from that point of view, it is far-reaching. But at the same time, we keep, for example, international credit mobility open, so to still have this kind of individual link and not fully closing the door on the one hand. And then on the other hand, you see that we also, and rightly so, try to use all possible flexibility in support of Ukraine, so mainly in trying to accommodate students, staff, pupils who have been fleeing their country and are now in one of the countries participating or fully associated to the Erasmus Plus program. And there you see, the point I would like to make is that in fact, thinking a bit with a distance, Erasmus Plus has never been conceived as an emergency program. But we see now with the emergencies, we mentioned Myanmar, we mentioned Afghanistan, Syria, and now Ukraine, we see that more and more we are really tested to exploit the flexibility as much as we can within the Erasmus Plus program in order to take those challenging geopolitical circumstances into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Márton, basically the same question to you.
And I will give a very similar answer, actually, because I think in terms of what Filip has outlined in terms of our relationship with strategic partners in line with the political priorities of the Commission, we have a big focus in Africa. You've seen from the first calls from Horizon Europe, there was a major call on Africa. This will be continued into the calls which will be issued in 23-24. We will have a major focus on the Mediterranean countries in the forthcoming work programs. And in terms of the Western Balkans, for us, they are part of the club. They're all associated. So they're very much part of the program with the same rights and obligations as member states. But in terms of the policy, I think you're right that there's a very clear geopolitical shift now in terms of what's happened in Ukraine. And I think the global approach to research innovation helped us be able to prepare for that well. I don't think there's a need to modify the policy in that respect. We have modified what we are doing, as Filip has set out. Already at the start of March, just a few days after the war, there was clear statements from the President and from Commissioner Gabriel on the need to cut decisively our scientific ties with Russia, with particular public institutions. And so we are no longer engaged in scientific cooperation innovation projects with Russia and with Belarusian public entities. There are some exceptions. Of course, humanitarian aid, support for civil society, support for nuclear safety. These types of issues will always be exceptions in that respect. So we have actually terminated, or in the process of terminating, the participation of all Russian public entities in ongoing projects. And we'll go further into Horizon Europe, that we will with a change to the work program, which was adopted yesterday, as you may have seen, it will not be possible for any Russian or Belarusian entities to apply for funding under the program. But in a parallel to what Filip was saying, this does not apply to individuals. So our individual programs, the Marie Curie, Skłodowska Curie Actions, the European Research Council grants, taking on researchers as postdocs or PhD students under projects which are funded are still open to researchers of any nationality. So we keep the link open, but take decisive action in terms of how we interact with the Russian state. And as you've seen, we've also implementing very concrete actions to support the Ukrainian research community. You may have seen yesterday we announced 25 million euros more under the Marie Curie-Skłodowska actions to enable Ukrainian researchers to continue their research in a member state or an associated country with funding that allow them to return when the time comes so that they can continue their research career back in Ukraine. There was also additional support for the Human Frontier Science Programme for Ukrainian researchers, and a general encouragement to all of our grantees, which has really been taken up by the European Research Council, to ensure that the researchers which are recruited on grants, that we take into account the fact that many researchers are not able to continue their research in Europe and could be very good researchers for people to be taken on. So really actively advertising open posts to the Ukrainian research community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. I think that both your comments reflect very much the attitudes of the universities, but that's something I would like to know from the last three speakers now, and we have unfortunately only 2 minutes each. The question is, where do we stand? How do those shifts we see, what shifts do we have to see, or do we see in an immediate development, and what is the long-term perspective?
Well, 2 minutes. We have a coffee break afterwards, so we can continue to discuss. But the International Association of Universities sees war not only here in Europe, but in too many countries around the world. So this situation, we work with SAR, Scholars at Risk. We work with all these programs that are part of the SAR dynamics. But unfortunately, this is a reality in far too many countries. On Ukraine specific, well, the IU also works with the institutions. So we work with 20,000 higher education institutions around the world, the accredited ones, mostly public, but some private, not-for-profit. Also thanks to the World Higher Education Database that we maintain. So we have these conversations with them online and in the form of webinars that we hold every week on different aspects of cooperation and transformation in higher education. And we have these different voices from around the world coming together. And that's a way in which we really work on the grounds at finding solutions, sharing examples. We also have a global meeting of associations where we bring some 30 associations from around the world together. The Arab Association, the African Association, the EUA is a very strong partner there as well. We work with ACE in the US, we name it, in Latin America, in Asia, to really always keep the door open to a dialogue, so that we have had conversations with the board, 25 higher education leaders from around the world, on the issue of Russia, for instance. And the board has decided that we would not close the door to Russian higher education institutions. Yes, to the leadership and also following up to that letter that was signed by the rectors, but not to the institutions themselves, as we will wish to continue to keep a conversation going, which is obviously, for obvious reasons, very complex. But that is one example. We have the same in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in India, name it. The conversations are complex, but they need to remain also, to go back to the questions that we had at the very beginning. So institutionally, there are attempts to keep some of the links to academics in countries with very severe conflicts and challenges to peace and to opportunities to co-create a better world, where people are trying to keep those doors open on an individual basis. So the institution to institution connections may have been put on hold, but the individual cooperation continues.
Very strong and very important statement. Thank you. Márton, seen from the agency perspective.
Yeah. Just very, very short thoughts. We see ourselves as agencies, as bridges between governments and institutions, institutions and the European Commission. We try to translate policy initiatives and messages to the language of higher education institutions, and we try to provide feedback to policymakers as well as the European Union, European Commission and other stakeholders. Well, this is, I think, more important than ever in these days where we are in a constant state of a crisis. I think you said it very well that the Erasmus program has not been prepared for crisis management, but I think this is a reality that we have to face with. It is better to take this as a normal. We, as an agency, in the last 2 or 3 years have been constantly managing crisis. We are trying to support the institutions so that they can cope with the actual situation. We try to translate their needs towards governments and those who provide funding. I think this is what we have to cope with. This can be also a mission statement for the future, even though might not seem very positive. But we will be happy if we will have less to do in the terms of crisis management. I have further thoughts for the coffee break, maybe, but Maija has probably something else to say.
Yeah, Maija.
Thank you, Gerhard. Very briefly, what we did learn now during the past 10.5 weeks in Finland, we are a neighboring country to Russia. Of course, you know, yeah, we also had Russia as one of our priority partners when it comes to higher education cooperation. And what we've learned and what leads us also to the future is, I guess, that especially in this kind of crisis and conflict situations, we need a coordinated approach. We all need to be able to share data and information. We need to be able to compile that information and discuss about it, analyze it together. And I see that has been the sort of the role of ourselves as a national agency, but it has been seen as a primary need from basically all the higher education stakeholders in Finland, and this is something we need to keep on investing also in the future and in similar cases. And that we need joint understanding, we need joint decisions which are prepared jointly and then agreed jointly and implemented jointly. And especially, I guess, now in the context of cooperation with Russia and what has to do with that, it is something we've learned, and I think we have also lived based on our learnings in this respect. And this whole higher education community and also national stakeholders, authorities joining this dialogue through which we try to see where we are, what should be done, and how is probably the way of working we will be then hopefully also keeping for the crisis to come.
Thank you very much, Maija. The European Commission and the agencies, I think, are constantly training flexibility and also awareness. I think that's something which was a notion in between of the discussion. I think we also have to remember that universities and the university sector should never stop to speak out against threats from each and every side. And I think that we all, as we are sitting here and in the whole academic world, can support that. And I think that we all should never stop our human and cultural dialogue and stick to the values which we regard as important in academic collaboration in a global context. With this, I would like to thank the panel for your contributions. I would like to thank the audience for your attention. We will have a very short technical break in order to reset the podium. And thank you for listening. Have a good afternoon.
1, 2, 3? Okay. Okay, welcome everybody here in Brussels and also our viewers online for the second panel. The title of the panel is Pursuing Inclusion and Excellence through Student and Staff Mobility. And I have very distinguished guests with me for the panel. I have Lucy Swan from the European Commission. I have Simone Burkhart from the DAAD. And I have Wim Gabriels. It's a stress a little bit. Wim Gabriels from the European Student Network. I'm a little bit stressed because I believed I was very, very well prepared for the panel with my opening remarks. But when I heard Gerhard using the quotes from the staff working document, actually my opening remarks I had to change. So I will start right away with some case study and ask you, dear panelists, but also maybe you, dear public, for advice and opinion how to actually connect excellence and inclusion. When the war started, of course, Poland had to do something about it, and we started the program Solidarity with Ukraine. I will give you just a few dates and numbers. The program was developed very quick with the ministry based on our experience. We used the Erasmus scheme, so the universities apply for funding. They made some estimations in the budget for the numbers that are ready to host. And the call was announced in March. We are already after the selection. The available funding was 5.5 million euro. The demand was over 14 million euro. And the total number of students and PhD candidates for the scholarships starting from March until September so far. So the total number of the scholarship holders will be probably 6,300. How to assure excellence with such a high numbers in the funding stream developed in a time of emergency. And yes, everything that we know in the time of peace, we can elaborate with different mobility schemes and that consider the balanced inclusion and excellence aspects. But in the time of emergency, when we have to act quick on global scale, and in the before unknown circumstances, we use schemes that we already know and adapt them to the new reality. The excellence, however very important, become our second priority after the principle of humanitarian help, because who helps quick helps twice. First the pandemic, now war, push us to go out of the box in thinking how to develop funding streams that will follow the inclusive excellence principle. We will look at the principle from the three different perspectives, from the global, I would say, perspective, European Commission, from the perspective of funding agency, and from the perspective of students' representation. So I will start with the question to Lucy Swan. It was already in the end of the panel before us mentioned the yesterday call of Maria Skłodowska actions, and I will touch this topic. But before that, I would like to introduce you Lucy Swan, who is the deputy head of the unit in charge of the Maria Skłodowska-Curie actions at the European Commission. And the unit deals with the mobility and training of researchers and the development of excellence doctoral programs. Before that, she was assistant to the Deputy Director General for Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. And since she joined the Commission in 2004, she worked also in the Directorate General for Environment, the Secretariat General, and the Cabinet of Commission Vice President Maros Sefcovic. So, dear Lucy, recently, Maria Skłodowska-Curie Actions Unit has been concerned with the question of fostering more balanced brain circulation. In the context of researchers' mobility, and the unit has commissioned an analysis looking into related aspects of equity in mobility flows. What are the findings from the what do the findings point to, and what are likely implications for Maria Skłodowska-Curie actions, as well as for the wider objective of inclusive excellence?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. So as you said, the MSCA is the main EU instrument to invest in the training, mobility, and career development of researchers. One of the main principles underlying the MSCA is excellence. The MSCA support excellent researchers and foster excellence in the R&I collaborations, in knowledge transfer, training, supervision, and career development. So the MSCA are really excellence-based and do not favour any specific geographic location. At the same time, Horizon Europe also emphasises inclusiveness through its widening chapter. As you know, not all countries and regions perform equally in attracting and retaining talented researchers. And despite some progress in narrowing the divide between the best performing countries and those still lagging behind, more needs to be done. So even if they're driven by excellence, the MSCA pays special attention to widening countries and aim to promote more balanced brain circulation. So to better understand the structure and determinants behind researchers' mobility and to identify how to make researchers' mobility more balanced across countries, the Commission has, as you mentioned, carried out a study on the mobility flows of MSCA researchers. The study analysed the geographical and intersectoral patterns of MSCA under Horizon 2020. It also investigated to what extent the MSCA helped to train, retain European talents, to attract foreign talents, as well as European researchers back to Europe. And finally, the study provides recommendations on how to ensure more balanced brain circulation across the European research area. So the study report is actually not available publicly yet. It will be published in the coming days, but I can still give you a summary of its main findings. So first of all, the study shows that inflows of MSCA researchers are concentrated in a handful of countries. 5 countries in particular: the United Kingdom, Germany, Spain, France, and the Netherlands hosted over 58% of all incoming MSCA researchers under Horizon 2020. And mobility inflows are also concentrated regionally. 12 regions hosted 30% of long-term MSCA fellows. All these regions are in non-widening countries and include major cities such as Barcelona and Paris. Nevertheless, there is some improvement since under FP7, the top 12 regions hosted 39% of all mobile MSCA researchers. So that's gone down to 30, but still you can see a little bit the issues we have here. So the study compared MSCA mobility to general researcher mobility flows. And this comparison showed that mobility flows under MSCA largely mirror the overall existing mobility flows of researchers. So MSCA doesn't specifically contribute to this imbalance. When it comes to the impact of the MSCA, the study shows that the program is effective at both attracting and retaining European talents, and it contributes to attracting European researchers back to Europe. Now, when looking at the main factors that influence mobility flows, the 3 main individual determinants are the opportunity to work with leading scientists, the quality of research infrastructure, and the training offered. Secondary determinants relate to social and cultural conditions, good career opportunities, the level of remuneration, and public infrastructure. For 1/3 of fellows, these factors had a large impact on their mobility decisions. But most importantly, the study found that determinants at system level are the most influential. These are factors related to the overall quality of national and regional R&I systems. MSCA fellows prefer to do their research in countries with stronger research systems, better research infrastructure, higher public expenditure on R&I, and excellent universities. So the fact that MSCA mobility is primarily driven by excellence of the research system is not a surprise. However, it is the first time that this correlation is statistically established by a study. And it's, of course, an important finding in designing measures to promote more balanced mobility flows. The study also shows that the MSCA strongly support return mobility, especially to widening countries. 44% of individual fellows going to widening member states and 91% of individual fellows going to widening associated countries were in fact returning researchers, so researchers from those countries. In addition, it found that there's natural return mobility happening after the end of the fellowship. So I think 41% of fellows who did not use the MSCA as a return mechanism to return to their home country returned to their country of origin themselves 2 years after their fellowship. Finally, the study looked at the widening fellowship pilot, which is a pilot action that we piloted as from 2018 in order to enable excellent researchers that are not funded through the MSCA to undertake an individual fellowship in a widening country. The study found that this widening fellowship scheme was extremely successful. This pilot is now mainstreamed into a new action under Horizon Europe called the ERA Fellowships. There has been discussions, in particular in the Council, when the Horizon Europe regulation was adopted, about whether to introduce mandatory return grants under the MSCA. So the study explored this possibility in particular. But it found that since, well, for a variety of reasons, but primarily since the MSCA already strongly support return mobility, the study concluded that there is no need to introduce such return grants under the MSCA, and that potentially, if we did introduce such mandatory return grants, they could end up benefiting more researchers from non-widening countries than from widening countries. It also looked into the various return grants that have been introduced in the past under the MSCA and found that these were discontinued precisely because they were not effective. So instead, the study provides a number of recommendations on how to support more balanced brain circulation and narrow the gap between widening and non-widening countries. Recommendation number 1 is aimed at the member states and specifically widening countries, and it recommends that they should take the lead in implementing national level reforms that enhance conditions to attract excellent researchers. And this should be done using both national and EU level initiatives and funding. Recommendation 2 is aimed at the European Commission and invites the European Commission to support those national and regional level reforms of R&I systems in order to contribute to enhancing the quality of less advanced R&I systems and in particular their capacity to support more balanced flows of researchers. Recommendation number 3, the European Commission should consider expanding funding available for the ERA fellowships, since the widening fellowships pilot showed an unambiguous capacity to contribute to more balanced flows of researchers to and from widening countries. And finally, recommendation number 4, the European Commission should consider implementing a hop-on facility for the MSCA staff exchanges, allowing organizations from widening countries to join already established successful MSCA staff exchanges consortia. So to conclude, the study results clearly show that in order to attract and retain researchers in a national R&I environment, it's primarily the member states' responsibility to ensure that investment in R&I is a top priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. On one hand, the results are not so surprising, I would say, rather confirm the reality that we all know. On the other hand, it's a tough future if we would like to include the recommendations from the staff working document. So equity of access, participation of underrepresented regions, and actually this is still a work to do. I wonder if the recommendations will really, how much time will it take to implement the recommendations and see the results? We will come to MSCA action, but now I have a question to Simone. Simone is the head of the division Scholarship Policies and Financial Support at the DAAD, German Academic Exchange Service, and her current tasks and topics include ensuring the quality of the selection and funding processes, reviewing and adapting the extensive DAAD programs portfolio, the implementation of the monitoring systems, and issues of equal opportunities in the awarding of scholarships. She works at the agency since 2008, and initially she headed the evaluation and statistics section. Afterwards, she was responsible for the division strategy and strategic planning. Simone, at DAAD, you have started exploring how digitalization improved the participation of non-traditional students and academics. What are some of the key messages? How can wider inclusion can be achieved through digitalization without compromising on quality that we talk a lot today? And how could this approach be upscaled potentially to other countries or even on the European level? What recommendation do you have for us? And golden tips.
I try to. First of all, hello to everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to Aka and to you. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I try to give some key messages, I don't really have recommendations so far. I would like just briefly to describe our basic ideas how digitalization can wider inclusion in general. And a lot of that derive, of course, from our work during the COVID pandemic. And so there are especially two things. I guess like everywhere, digital tools have become a natural part of our work. So the selection of our scholarship holders, the way we advise and we support our scholarship holders. And these digital possibilities I think give us a much better and more direct way to engage with students from non-traditional backgrounds, and we think a lot about how we can use that in the future. And the second one, and on this then also follow my key messages, is that in the past our scholarship portfolio focused exclusively on physical mobility. And of course, during the pandemic and now ongoing, we incorporated digital forms of mobility in our programs. First, especially in short-term programs like internships, language courses, summer schools. But we do think of this kind of virtual mobility also for blended or digital study programs. And we do think and hope that this kind of programs maybe can help to increase the mobility of non-traditional students. And we think there on students with family responsibilities, or childcare, care for elderlies, for students with disabilities or chronic disease. Yeah, it's and also from maybe first generation students. So I think all these digitalization elements can really give new opportunities to widen participation. I don't really have now recommendations, but I have some key messages what we developed during the process of thinking about this. And the first key message is, and I think it's really a very important one also for me, that virtual mobility should not be the second best option for a potential disadvantaged group. And that of course often, and especially after the pandemic, we have a feeling and a thinking that physical mobility is the real thing. And it can't be replaced by virtual mobility. And of course, in a way that is true, when we think about what comes out of mobility and what we think is important and what our goals are there. So broaden our perspectives, personal development of students, but we do not know yet what kind of competences we can achieve maybe much better by virtual mobility, and I will touch to that in a moment. And so I think if we develop programs or program lines for blended and digital mobility, we do not want to focus exclusively on disadvantaged groups that do not participate in the real mobility so far. And rather, we would like to have that as a new kind of mobility with their values. But of course, we have in mind that we can use that to widen to widen just the possibilities for students. And therefore, it's also really important that we make sure that we do not slow down in our efforts to broaden the participation of non-traditional students in the physical mobility programs. So, like, that's for them and that's for the others. That's like my first key message. Not the second best option for a certain group. My second key message, and that touches on that a bit or elaborates a bit more, is that we need to redefine the quality and the impact of mobility in the context of virtual mobility. And it's often then the questions of how to widen inclusion without compromising on quality, and also that reflects to digitalization. And I would really like to give a warning that we look at virtual mobility regarding outcomes and goals and quality. We can't look at the same way like in physical mobility. And I think there's a huge potential that comes out of that, that maybe we can be much better by virtual mobility, especially when it comes to some of the 21st century skills, digital ICT literacy, collaboration skills in a digital environment, but maybe something like self-discipline and self-management in this kind of mobility. So, and there are also our first findings when we look at the virtual mobility during the pandemic. That's something we see there. And so I think we should focus on these strengths instead of trying to ensure that virtual mobility can somehow replace physical mobility. And a third key message or thought is, it's just really that there are a lot of obstacles ahead and we need time to explore and to adapt. It was really interesting when we first discussed internally at the DAAD how to open up our scholarships and incorporate digital lines, maybe focusing on underrepresented groups. We thought it might be very easy. We just give the applicant a choice to do it physically or virtually, and then miraculously we see what happens. But then the question arose, so what kind of digital mobility should we support? What kind of financial benefits do we give? How can a selection committee decide between different kinds of mobility? Are there at all enough possibilities for virtual mobility in the future, or was it just now a thing during the pandemic? And even more, we see a lot of hesitations at the in the universities. So the idea to support also with scholarships, virtual mobility is quite often dismissed. And if so, quite often there's a notation, so maybe that could be for disadvantaged groups. And something I strongly disagree with, as I said at the beginning. And so to take all these obstacles and challenges into account, we need time, we need openness, we need a process to learn and to adapt on the way ahead. And that also leads me to the last part of your question. So it's certainly much too early that I can say that we could upscale a certain approach in other states or at the EU level. But I think we need trial and error and the room for exchange and the experiences on the EU level. So we as DAAD, we are just at the beginning of a process. We collected a lot of experiences during the pandemic, but I think we really have to sharing these ideas, and that I think could be really good done at a European level.
I have even more questions, but I will then first address the question to Wim. Wim Gabriels is the director of European Student Network, and he has a thorough experience in project management of European level projects and a deep understanding of the educational landscape in Europe. He represents ESN in various roles, notably as a board member in the Erasmus Student and Alumni Association. in the last capacities, he has built an extensive knowledge on the non-EU projects and programs in order to build a global awareness of European higher education. And you are also active in the field of diversity and inclusion and community engagement. So the question would be, how do you see the quest for widening inclusion with the internal dimension of the program? And from a student perspective, what is then the feedback from the EESN section in partner countries?
Thank you so much for the questions, and I would like to thank also Aka for hosting me here. I prepared a couple of slides to give a bit of a perspective, so I'm going to grab the clicker so that I can showcase them. So I want to start off with the fact that we in our network, we really believe also what Hilligje said earlier today, that at the end of the day, education plays a very crucial part in making sure that we as societies offer solutions to the challenges the society has, and it has that education in that sense changes more towards challenge-based education and issuing a social responsibility that we subscribe. Now, when it comes to that, I also wanted to start off with reflecting on the international dimension we have within ESN. So after looking at this, we saw that actually 28% of our members at local level are non-EU nationals. And before we are talking a lot about programs, but I think what's important to mention is that these students don't only come through Erasmus programs. They can be international full degree students. They can be then students that become volunteers and within our network itself. So you'll have, for example, Brazilian students studying in Portugal, becoming an Erasmus student, going to Finland, coming back and then and being part of the network in multiple occasions. So I think that it's important to highlight how complex the topic of internationalization within Europe already is, without the scope of only mentioning Erasmus+. Now, the top 20, we have also quite interesting numbers when it comes to the non-EU participants within our top 25. So let's see. So we have, for example, Turkey, Brazil, United States. We have a lot of members coming from these different countries, such as Mexico, South Korea. And I'm also highlighting Turkey and the United Kingdom as well non-EU countries that are still, Turkey is the only one associated to the program, but there are some interesting things to think about when it comes to that. Now, we're active in 11 partner countries at the moment, with 41 member countries and 11 non-Erasmus Plus program countries. But then when we look at how this actually makes reflects on our membership, we see that only 17 out of our 525 sections are from widening participation background countries, because Switzerland and United Kingdom are, in this case, are not included in those numbers. We have a slightly more representation there, but representation in widening participation countries is still more challenging, let's say. Regarding that as well, we see that 2.75% of our volunteers at the end of the day come from countries such as Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia. So I think there's also a point to be made about how accessible volunteering and engagement in student representation is for countries in those areas. Now, we did a recent research specifically on widening participation, and we collaborated with ASEF on this research. So we had close to 1,500 answers specifically on from students coming from these regions. Overall, between 10 to 15% of our respondents in our research are usually non-EU students, and they are then reflected as well between the mobile versus the non-mobile students. What we see here is that when we look at non-EU or non-Erasmus Plus program non-Erasmus Plus program countries respondents, sorry, that's a long sentence, we see that the percentage of who actually took part in mobilities responding to the questionnaire drops to 50%. So we see that there is a lot of interest to that, but that there is less participation. And then we also have quite a big diversity when it comes to what is their profile on the ground. So first generation students, students from ethnic minorities, low income background, rural students. And this also impacts the way they experience their mobility. Now, overall, we see that respondents really have similar feedback when it comes, whether it's non-Erasmus Plus program countries or program countries. So 67% of the students indicate that they take part in briefings from universities, get more information, but that they would like more information about funding opportunities, that they feel that they lack this type of information. They would like more support with application processes, but also that they would like more help with choosing universities. And I think if I reflect back on what was said here before about the way that certain institutions attract more students, I think here institutions that are sending institutions can also play a bigger role in making sure that other universities get showcased. Another element that is also quite important is that a lot of students say that they would like to take part in peer-to-peer experiences and learn from others, but that they're not always offered this opportunity. And especially for students from a widening participation background or students with fewer opportunities, seeing others that have come before them go through similar experiences as they have done is quite important. Now, very specifically, I have two graphs to showcase that are quite interesting. So we see, for example, that students from ASEF background take predominantly less a part in the Erasmus program than our Erasmus Plus program countries respondents. So we still see there's a big gap between who takes part or the numbers of respondents to our surveys that took part in mobility opportunities and those that then come through other types of study exchanges, such as the ASEF exchanges, other types of exchanges. And then when it comes to financial support, there's another element that also showcases that more students actually come self-funded. So 16% compared to of ASEF students came self-funded versus 6% of Erasmus+. On the other hand, you also see on the other scale of the spectrum, let's say, you see that they've actually received higher contribution when it comes to their grants in order to fund their mobility. So they report better coverage of financial support to the actual costs that they have, meaning the Erasmus Mundus scholarships and international credit mobility scholarships cover more of the costs that they have than in regular mobilities. So in that sense, that is good. On the other hand, we also see that when students have negative experiences, this actually impacts students from other backgrounds more. So when it comes to discrimination, we see that students from ethnic minority groups are 10 times more likely to be discriminated against by their peers than their peers. Sorry, not by their peers, than their peers. And this was very clearly highlighted by the results from the students coming from the ASEF region that have 16% been exposed to racism or like ethnic discrimination compared to the Erasmus Plus overall respondents. Now, there are a couple of key reflections that I would like to make. So overall, ICM mobilities have a higher satisfaction rate for services of the host university, and this specifically for accommodation and support by the IRO. So I think there is already quite a good job done in supporting these, but these claims are not supported by non-EU program participants. So this is quite important because the more we access and have Western Balkan countries, for example, associating to the program, some of these support things disappear from the radar and that then later on impacts, for example, other issues. The general request for support follows the general trend, but reports higher issues related to access to the program and funding opportunities, visas, and integration and discrimination elements. So we see, for example, that this is also applicable to non-EU program countries. So we see a lot of still Turkish students trying to access opportunities, but also the moment that Serbia joined the program, there was a drop in scholarships funding to the students, which then led to a lower uptake of mobility opportunities. So when we play with accession to the program, we also need to understand that this impacts access and that this impacts inclusion in itself. Intersectionality is also an important element. So when another characteristic, whether it's being from an LGBTQ background or whether it's being from an ethnic minority, these often compound like the possibility for them to access opportunities. And we need to make sure that the program in itself doesn't become too elitist or doesn't interfere with some of these characteristics in order to make sure that all people have access to these opportunities. And a final remark perhaps is that when it comes to peer-to-peer support, it is more important for students from with fewer opportunities. And as I mentioned before, there is less student representation and engagement in the for students in the international dimension. So we see less representation, less engagement, while they actually indicate that this is a very important component. So we need to empower student representation in youth communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wim. Part of me was aware of that fact, but part of me was surprised that the majority of the students claimed the lack of information, because probably here present and also Simone, the funding agency do a lot, if not everything, to spread the news and reach the candidates for students with the funding opportunities. But maybe there are too many sources of information, and that's why it's hard to find the right one information that the student or the candidate is looking for. I promised Lucy to come back to you with the Maria Skłodowska-Curie Actions questions, and I will reflect to Ukraine, because under MSCA, a separate strand, as we already mentioned, for Ukrainian scholars is being created, or is already announced. And it is the first time this scheme is moving from a purely excellence-based approach to a more content-sensitive and emergency targeting of grantees. Could you please elaborate on this shift and what it could mean also for the future?
Thank you. So
maybe the microphone.
So indeed, as many of you have probably heard, the new MSCA for Ukraine scheme was officially launched yesterday as part of the revised work program for 2022. So the scheme is part of the EU's response to the war in Ukraine and the need for rapid action to support displaced researchers from Ukraine and enable them to continue their work in Europe. As you may know, academic freedom, freedom of scientific research, and the integration of researchers at risk have been high on the European education and research agendas in recent years, as highlighted by the Commission's communications on the European education area and the European research area. Now, in terms of why MSCA, well, you may know that since 2019, the MSCA have been supporting the Inspire Europe project. Now, this is a project which aims to support indirectly researchers at risk globally. It's implemented by a highly experienced consortium of organizations, the successor of which, Inspire Europe Plus project, has recently been selected for a period of 3 years. So this is a project that's been ongoing and specifically targeting researchers at risk, not with specific fellowships, but with support action. So MSCA for Ukraine is the result of a strong impulse both from the Member States and the Commission to provide additional and direct support specifically targeting displaced researchers from Ukraine as a result of Russia's invasion. And the mechanism that was chosen, allowed us to mobilize the support in a very short time frame. And for that, it required the identification of a beneficiary with the right experience to conduct the necessary activities. And so therefore, our experience with Inspire Europe has allowed us to act swiftly and build on the existing expertise. So that's part of the reason why this was done through MSCA. With a total budget of 25 million euros, it will provide fellowships for doctoral candidates and postdoctoral researchers in order to enable them to continue their work at academic and non-academic organizations in Europe. So the target group are researchers from Ukraine eligible for support under the Temporary Protection Directive, and the duration of the fellowships will vary based on the needs of individual researchers and can be for up to 2 years, but it can be less as well. So now on the issue of excellence and inclusion, so indeed this initiative is unprecedented in MSCA terms. Nevertheless, the MSCA principles, including excellence, will still be guiding the implementation of the scheme. This means that the support to individual researchers will be open to all domains of research and innovation and aligned with the general objectives and principles of the MSCA, including scientific excellence, skills and career development, equal opportunities and inclusiveness, attractive working conditions, etc. And at the same time, we will encourage the fostering of open science, innovation and entrepreneurship. Also, the usual MSCA training activities will be part of the required support, focused both on developing new scientific knowledge through original research and on developing key transferable skills and competences, just like in the other MSCA actions. And support, as in the other MSCA actions, support will be provided for researchers' family and special needs allowances if necessary, based on the MSCA standard financial contributions for MSCA fellows. So to come to your question, so first of all, the obvious aim is that the scheme will support Ukraine's R&I system by sustaining the work of the people who will then rebuild the education and research system back in their country. So the scheme also includes support for researchers to return to their home country when the conditions allow. But now to come to your question, this is really a one-off action which is just dictated by the emergency situation. So it doesn't signify a shift in the MSCA. As I said, the excellence principle remains, but also the geographical principle will remain in the future. This is just a one-off dictated by the emergency situation, and it was agreed also with the member states that this kind of action under MSCA was the best thing to do in order to respond very quickly to the situation. And it's a strong signal that we can bring excellence and inclusion in the MSCA. And this is something that the MSCA has always fostered, being open, bottom-up, and fully supportive of researchers' diverse backgrounds, both in terms of personal and professional needs, as well as research areas. But again, it doesn't mean that now we'll be targeting specific geographical areas. This is an ad hoc, one-off emergency support. It might be, I'm not excluding that it might be continued in 2023 if there is a need, but indeed, no permanent shift of MSCA.
We do not wish to live in emergency times all the time. However, if we would like to draw the conclusion and take the lesson from this experience, we need some more years to see from the time perspective the results of the activities. So please book time in your schedule in 3 years' time, and we will come back to some feedback after that time. Thank you. Simone, I ask you for the recommendation, but maybe you could share more. I will then track the topic. Which lessons could we learn from DAAD's experience in widening participation in its programs, and particularly in student mobility? I remember that you mentioned that we need some time to find a way to solve the obstacles, but maybe you have already some findings in one of the obstacles, so maybe you can share with us the solution.
Well, yeah, I'm afraid I don't have the solution, but really what I said in the first part of my, really referred to digitalization and digital elements and virtual mobility, where we are really at the very beginning. But of course, we think about how to widen participation in our programs a lot since a couple of years, and so I brought some lessons we learned or some things I found important during this process, and the first is so if you look at from a strategic perspective how to widen your programs for non-traditional students. The usual, like, general approach is either that that you do something within your existing portfolio, and the other approach is like to develop special programs for for non-traditional students, like first-year generation students, migration students, whatsoever. But there is a third way, and I think that's we had the experience that this is quite successful, and that these are programs that are aimed at groups where we find a more diverse student body. So the idea is not, or the first goal is not to widen participation, like we discuss it here. I mean, it's one goal, but it's not a primary goal. But we have programs focusing on a specific group, and we did so in programs for a special, for example, for outgoing mobility, for students from University for Applied Science, or for students in the field of teacher training, so for primary, secondary teaching training. So actually the idea of these programs was to foster the mobility in this field of studies and for further teachers. But because we find a very diverse student body within this group, especially first-generation students, especially students from migration backgrounds. So what we find as well in now our scholarship holders is a much more diverse student body, and so I think that is something I find quite interesting because. You can actually reach a lot of different goals, of course, by designing programs, and that's maybe one thing I would like to share. And the other thing is that I really, so after a lot of years we are discussing that at EAD, I come really to the conclusion that it really needs a structured process for incorporate this idea of wide-on inclusion into programs and into our work, and actually we really have to look at the overall concepts, at everything we are doing. How do we address the students? What's our selection process? What are the financial benefits? And there is not the one solution, but we really have to look at every stage and find a lot of points we can improve. And because that is, of course, quite a difficult and hard task, I think it's so important that and that it just works if you have really the backing from the top management. If you don't have that, and if you don't have that as a strategic goal, you just don't have the resources to do that. And also, if like we have shortcuts of money or whatsoever, that you don't slow down in these efforts to do so. And the last thing is, it was mentioned also in the beginning, in the first panel, that we don't really have a lot of good data nowhere. I mean, not at the university level, not really for our programs. Actually, we think we should have data for the socioeconomic background, but it's actually quite difficult. I mean, we have data protection rules. We think, can we really ask people how much their parents earn? I mean, that are difficult questions, and but we need a kind of better data and monitoring monitoring data to see what the situation is and what kind of measures really work. And that but I think that is also a part of this overall process I think we need.
Yes, thank you. That's true. We have more and more tools to monitor the data, but there are other obstacles, to use again the words, to monitor the information. Wim, I would like to refer to what I started. Like, we have 6,300 Ukrainian students provided to to get the scholarship in solidarity with Ukraine in Poland. But how should the support schemes be set up to accompany students in need, but also to address those with highest potential or those on which the effect of mobility would have the highest personal or professional impact? How to connect those priorities?
I think that's indeed a very good question. And first of all, I think I would like to congratulate you on all the efforts that you've done to make sure that so many people can access these opportunities so quickly. So I think that's a very good best practice that you will learn from a lot in the coming years. And I think when it comes to providing support to students, there's two elements that are important. The first part would be the access support, so making sure that people have the necessary opportunities to take part and start the process. But then I would also want to reflect on elements that are important for during the procedures or during their mobilities, or well, let's call it mobilities, in Poland, right? So on the one hand, what we see is that when it comes to accessibility, there are three main things that happen that impact the barriers that students experience. On the one hand, you have like the institutional rules, and so that means the regulations that you put in place in order to run your opportunities for the students. And I think in that sense, making sure that the access is flexible and that the institutional rules are flexible and not too harsh for students to comply to is important. On the other hand, I think one of the elements that we've seen that was quite important in this crisis is that access to the migration policies that were adjusted in order to increase flexibility and access to our education systems, but also to our I'm missing the word, but to also our social security systems that are in place in Europe. Then on the other hand, I think when it comes to when people are participating in their when they're actually in Poland and taking part in their educational, I think environmental support, well, not in the sense of, well, the barrier that is called environmental barriers are the barriers that they experience when they live in a specific environment. So in that sense, what is important is that more support mechanisms are put in place for the participants or the students to make sure that they have when they go through crisis moments, something in Ukraine might happen to family. How as you as an institution, how are you going to deal with this type of experiences that the students have? Make sure that your university have enough staff that has the capacity to offer psychological support when needed. That you work with the cities, not only within your institution, but with your local governments, making sure that other parts of society are also as inclusive as your institutions, that requires conversations with local governments, with other types of housing providers, etc. So that I think there's also a large element of support that can be given in that regard. And I think that would be my major recommendations.
Thank you very much. We are almost perfect in time. I wonder if we have some questions from the chat or maybe from the public here. Because I think we are actually not in the time of giving the answers. We are just in the time of starting the detailed questions, and maybe the answers will come in time, like the solutions for the obstacles. Maybe coffee time will be also a moment to share the opinions in less formal way. So thank you very much, my all panelists, Lucy, Simone, Wim, thank you very much for your contribution, for sharing with us your feedback, your perspective, and your experience. Interesting times for us to come. Thank you very much for joining this panel, and I would like to invite you now for the coffee break, and we will meet here at 3:45, so 3:45. Thank you.
Okay, so hello everybody in the third panel of today's seminar. So far, much has been said about the inclusion and excellence already. So in this session, we will try to look at the inclusion and excellence through the lenses of the collaborative partnerships. Here on site with me, it's Deirdre Lennon and Lloyd Hudson. So Deirdre is the head of sector for Human and Social Development Policy Priorities of the Directorate General for International Partnerships at the European Commission. And Deirdre also has a lot of experiences in international cooperation in higher education related in Eastern Europe, Balkans, Russia Federation, and in the last years she's very much involved in the cooperation with Africa in her capacity as the head of the sector. Lloyd is a CSER senior advisor for learning and teaching. He participated in a range of education and internationalization topics for Erasmus Student Network and has also been previously working at the higher education and international cooperation units of the European Commission's Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sports and Culture. And in virtual settings, we have with us Matthijs Landsmeer and Hilde Harand Kramer. I hope I managed the pronunciation properly. So Hilde is the head of the Department for Global Cooperation and Capacity Building at the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills. And Hilde has been acting as the educational attaché at the Royal Norwegian Consulate General in New York previously, and was also administrative head of the Center for Care Research at Western Norway University of Applied Science. And Matthijs is a regional manager for MENA region of NUFIC's EU-funded programs in Jordan and Lebanon, focusing on providing educational projects for Syrian refugees and vulnerable youth in these countries. And he is also responsible for the NUFIC's Orange Knowledge Program in Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Colombia, where Dutch and local knowledge institutes work together on strengthening the educational sector and enhancing labor market access. So welcome everybody, and thank you for joining us in the panel. I would like to go, Deirdre, to you first with a question. Could you share with us how, what are the approaches that your DG is taking in collaboration with the Africa and ACP? And which aspects would you consider inclusive and which ones are based on the excellence? And what do you think that, are the potentials that they could be even further explored?
Thank you. Thank you, Alenka. I think I've got a presentation. If you allow me, I'm going to just step back, zoom outwards a little bit, because I'm going to talk about the Global Gateway and try and look at where higher education can contribute to that. And then we're going to look a little bit on, what would be addressing this from the excellence point of view and then from the inclusiveness point of view. The Global Gateway is Europe's offer, which is being made for partner countries across the world for connecting the world through investments and partnerships. And the main focus of the Global Gateway is to provide better living conditions for people and also to tackle global challenges. So this is particularly relevant, obviously, at the moment where we've just come out of a pandemic and went straight into war. The main focus of the Global Gateway, climate change, health, sustainable development, supply chains, and as you might know, education and research are also included in the Global Gateway strategy. Underneath on this presentation, I've just put some of the sort of values, approaches for Global Gateway. And you'll see there that's somehow echoing the conversation that we had in the first session, whereby what Europe is trying to do is to project to a certain extent its values and its standards in its collaboration with partner countries. And I'd like you to see that, at least from the example that I'm giving you, is I work in the Africa Directorate. My experience over the past 10 years is with Africa. And at the last summit in February, we moved up this relationship we have, the partnership that the EU has with Africa, to a new level, so a renewed partnership, which is very much based on equal and mutual benefits on both sides. So at the summit, the Global Gateway Investment Package was for Africa was proposed. Sorry, can you just go one slide back? I think I went too quickly there. Ah, no, okay, sorry. Please go forward. All right, yeah. Okay, sorry. The investment package, which was presented at the Africa-EU summit, is a collaboration which brings together not only the European Commission, but brings together member states also. As you know, Erasmus Plus is financing scholarship schemes, mobility, collaboration, etc., with Africa, with significant funding. Well, many member states also have programs with Africa. And what we want to put together is the offer that Europe as a whole is giving to Africa. This will, on the one hand, increase our impact in the country, will increase coherence, and will also allow us to project sort of this Europe as one and Europe as a whole in partnership with Africa. One other element, and here this is linked also to the inclusiveness dimension, is we want to bring stakeholders on board in this relationship, so there'll be much more engagement with stakeholder organizations, civil society, and in particular young people. Now, when we're thinking about the global challenges, climate, the pandemic, and all the societal challenges, young people have a very strong voice in that conversation and reflection. Africa is the youngest continent on Earth, and is a very fast-growing young population, and they should have a role in this conversation. So there'll be a very strong engagement there in the whole rollout of this investment package over the next 7 years. It's very strange. I can't find my second slide. I'm sorry. Huh? There's a second slide, which is the slide, the one with the picture of the investment package, which is normally slide number 3. If perhaps the colleagues behind can just look at it. But what I wanted to illustrate is that we're not, the investment packages is obviously covering higher education, it's covering science, technology and innovation and research, but it's covering a whole group of other sectors where higher education, universities across the member states can have a role in partnerships with Africa. We're talking in particular about the green transition. So we're talking in areas such as biodiversity, agri-food. We're looking at energy. There are going to be significant investments in transport across the continent. Now, if we're to make a difference, and in contrast to other countries across the world in their collaboration with Africa, we want to look at the value chain as a whole. So it's not just a question about coming in there with hard infrastructure. It's also about training people along the way. So if we're going to be investing across a corridor, linking up regions of Africa together in terms of transport, in terms of renewable energy, etc., obviously there need to be the skills to go with it. What we're trying to do, at least in this partnership with Africa, is to build up Africa's autonomy, sovereign autonomy, basically. And that is how this relationship needs to develop. And this is, I think, where the role of universities is that they can then contribute to developing the skills of the people along the way, can contribute through research, through the partnerships into responding to the challenges. For instance, just a last example, in the field of health, we have seen the vaccine difficulties that there were in Africa, depending on the rest of the world to be able to receive vaccines. Now there's a multilateral initiative in which the European Union is investing a lot, which is to build up Africa's capacity to produce their vaccines themselves. And this will require research institutes and universities in African countries to be able to skill up and get involved in research. And it's here that we want to be able to see universities in Europe accompany African partners along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to hear some concrete measures or push, so also in this inclusive approach, also in the Africa's continent or any other. Hilde, next question would be for you, if you could please highlight and share with us, I mean, what are your institutional approaches in regards to the cooperation in terms of inclusivity and excellence, and what are the highlights of this in your aspect?
Yes, thank you. I would love to do that. I think maybe you can go to the next slide. I just wanted to say 2 words about our agency because we have been through several mergers in the last few years, but we are now a large agency with a broad scope which covers both higher education and higher vocational education and skills policy, and mostly concerned with domestic policy, but we also have a broad responsibility in internationalization. So that's sort of where we come from. The program that I wanted to talk to you a little bit about today, which you'll see on the next slide, is called our NORPART program, and that was established in 2016 as a partnership program. It at that time partially replaced the scholarship program that we had for the Global South and East. The interesting part about it is that it's jointly financed by both the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Education and Research. In our last call, which we completed last year, we awarded about 20 million euros to about 28 projects. So we're not the biggest program in Europe, I don't think, but I think we can still be quite effective. And that you can see on the next slide that it's a program that covers quite a large range of countries. So currently there are 40 eligible countries in the program. And then lastly, I would delve into the question that you asked. Of course, we did not specifically think about inclusiveness and excellence when we designed this program, but if you go to the next slide, I think I would want to touch upon some of the aspects of the program that I think illustrate some of these dimensions. As has been mentioned, and I'm sure is equally important in many other programs, the NORPART program is contributes. The aim is to contribute to all aspects of the 2030 agenda, and particularly to the SDG 4, 5, and 17. So we want the projects to be able to show how they can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. Another inclusive aspect of the program is, I think, the fact that it does cover more than 40 countries in the Global South. That is much broader than, for instance, the development policy of our own Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I think maybe broader than some other programs. But this highly reflects the interest and the long-standing links that many of our institutions have to partners in the Global South. And then the partnership program, partnership model that has been mentioned by several, is of course at the sort of basis of the program. And here the partner institutions' strategies, priorities, and needs must inform and direct how the projects are developed within the NORPART portfolio. So it means that institutional ownership and endorsement is very important when collaborative groups apply. Another aspect I think that is speaks to inclusiveness is the strong focus on student mobility, but in this respect also strong emphasis on mutual student mobility. So we want all our projects to include mobility also from Norway to the Global South. And it is an expressed goal of the program that it should increase mobility in both directions between Norway and the partner countries. But also we want the projects to benefit the non-mobile students and through creating international learning environments. That's also very important. And also to use digital means to achieve that. So in the last call, which came, of course, towards the end of the pandemic, we open up for more, that more funds can go towards developing of online learning, teaching, and training packages. When it comes to excellence, I think of course, we have a very strong focus on quality enhancement through cooperation and partnerships. And it's an express goal in this program that this quality enhancement should happen on both sides, and thus equal partnerships. So we expect that that the collaboration with the Global South also will benefit the Norwegian institution and will bring something to the table to both sides. And another aspect I think that is important is that the program is open to all subject areas so that we can sort of create excellence from the bottom up. And that excellence can be achieved and based on the individual institutions and researcher groups, their strengths and strategies and needs. And then lastly, it is a balancing act, I think, for us. As I mentioned, the program is funded by 2 different ministries, and that means that we operate sort of in the intersection between higher education and development policies, and that educational excellence is both a goal, but is also a tool to promote academic values, gender equality, and academic freedom. I think I will stop there, and then we can talk more.
Thank you, Hilde. You underlined some important elements, I think, regarding to the inclusivity, to be balanced cooperation, to have balanced cooperation and to have mutual benefits. This is an important aspect that without that probably we cannot achieve what their aims are. Matthijs, you are very much present in the MENA region. Could you share with us your first-hand experiences when it comes to the inclusion and excellence, and what aspects do you think it could be taken on board also as an inspiration in European level?
Yes, thank you, Alenka, and thank you for inviting me. Good afternoon to everyone attending digitally and in Brussels. Before answering this question, I would like to briefly introduce our department and the programs, the main programs we run. Next slide, please. Yes, our NUFIC Global Department aims at strengthening institutional knowledge cooperation between institutes in the Netherlands and in countries in development and transition. And NUFIC has done so since its foundation in 1952. This year we celebrate our 70th anniversary. And we try to achieve these goals by managing different kinds of programs and interventions, which can be institutional capacity building programs, tailor-made trainings, which are group trainings, scholarship programs, and we have several activities for alumni. And we try to improve the knowledge and skills of these organizations and individuals, professionals around the world. And the focus of these programs is on sustainable development and making societal impact. 2 of our most important funders of our programs are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We run a program which is called the Orange Knowledge Program, which is a 5-year program of around 220 million euro, and we run it in 37 countries around the world. I will briefly describe that later on as well. And we also have some smaller programs which are funded by the European Union, specifically the Mandat Fund. And talking about next slide, please. Talking about the latter program. We have two programs in Jordan and Lebanon in the Middle East, aiming at improving opportunities and giving educational opportunities to vulnerable youth in these countries and to refugees from Syria. So they have a better chance on finding a job and having building a future in the country or returning eventually to Syria. We do this in different collaborations. We have a consortium where we act in. In Jordan, this is a consortium of 9 organizations, both local and European organizations. And in Lebanon, we have a project office with the consortium containing 2 other partner organizations, DAAD and Campus France. The main focus of this program is on skill development, and we also focus on which we call the student pathway, which tries to support individuals before entering higher education, during higher education, and supporting them in finding a job, having access to the labor market. Next slide, please. And the other program I mentioned, the Orange Knowledge Program, focuses on different thematic areas, which are indicated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the main policy priorities. You can find these areas here. It's food and nutrition security, everything related to water management and climate and energy, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and security and rule of law, which also reflect several aspects that have been mentioned in the presentations before of inclusion and excellence. And I think these inclusion and excellence elements can also be found back in our cross-cutting themes. Specifically in the first one, inclusion. We try to, with our programs, we try to especially focus on gender and marginalized vulnerable groups. But also digitalization really entails that you are including people that cannot access education. And the other aspects as well, mentorship, supporting people to access the labor market. And yeah, entrepreneurship also relates very much to the private sector development. Next slide, please. Yeah, and in sum, how to answer the question of how we approach inclusion and excellence in our programs, I firstly wanted to mention our theory of change, which is the basis of our Orange Knowledge Program. And I think this theory of change really breeds inclusion and excellence. If you look at the impact we try to make, you see that we try to make inclusive, sustainable development. And how do we try to do that? You can see that in our midterm impact by providing qualitative, relevant, and accessible education systems, by trying to strengthen these, and also trying to strengthen partnerships, sustainable partnerships between persons and organizations, which eventually can result in better access to the labor market as well. If we dive into inclusion, I think it all starts with where you focus on. With our programs, we try to focus on specific target groups. So refugees, vulnerable youth, marginalized communities that don't have access to training programs, for instance, to be present in capitals, women, and furthermore, we try to focus on which type of stakeholders do we want to reach. So not only management of institutions, but also their teachers, their students. So we try to put on these inclusion glasses and try to think, okay, what should we focus on? And furthermore, when we look at, for instance, gender, in our Orange Knowledge Program, we both focus on numbers and content. And what do I mean with that? For instance, within the scholarships we provide to people in these 37 countries, we strive for a minimum of 50% female participants. So that in that sense, we focus on numbers. But I have the feeling that is not enough. Only selecting enough people from a certain marginalized group is not enough. So we also, in our institutional collaboration projects and in our group trainings, try to focus on gender as a topic. So how can we build gender plans into the curricula or into the institutional systems, so that in the future there will also be attention to several marginalized groups, and that they will also feel included. So for instance, in Iraq, we have a project with six institutions, and we try to develop together with them and together with the Dutch Knowledge Institution, tailor-made gender plans that will really work for these 6 institutions, and they can differ per institution. So we do a strength-weakness analysis, and we try to sustainably embed them in the curricula and the systems of these institutions. But when we talk about excellence, I think I've touched upon several aspects which have been referred to as well in the other presentations. But I also wanted to mention that we focus on several levels of creating sustainability of interventions. So there can be a financial sustainability. How can an institution financially be sustained? But there can also be educational sustainability, which I briefly mentioned as well. So in our curricula, how can we make sure that in the years after a project, we look after certain people? All these kinds of levels of sustainability we try to focus on. As I also mentioned, for instance, the student pathway, where we focus on in the MENA region with our EU programs. We try to remove barriers for people, barriers that before they couldn't get over. Now, because of our support, we try to help them with that. Soft skill development, for instance. The thematic areas, which I also explained about, is also about how can we provide the best quality. Then there's the subject of equal partnerships, which is a very challenging subject as well. But within our programs, we try to aim for equal partnerships. But that means a lot, equal partnerships. So equality it can be financial equality. So do we have enough financial means to do the same? But it can also be managerial equality. So we don't only want to give the power to the Dutch knowledge institutions to run a program, but we want them to run it together. So when institutions write a proposal, when we have launched a call in a certain country, we ask them to write the proposal together. So there's a part which should be written by the Dutch partner, but also a part written by the local partners. So that's how we strive for equality, but it's still a challenging job. Furthermore, alignment within and between programs and donors is very important. I think if you don't know about what's happening around you in a certain country or region, it's very difficult to make a difference. So that's why we have to stay connected to all our stakeholders and know what they do, and within our own program also make sure that they are building on each other and not doing the same job twice. So that's more or less what I wanted to say about inclusion and excellence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthijs. So equality is another important element of this inclusive excellence approach. So Lloyd, now we come to you. CZELO is well known for representing and supporting best higher education institutions. And how do you see these increasing attentions they are putting also on the inclusivity in global partnerships? Are there any specific points that you think you should be also considered in regards to the European policies in this regard?
Sure, thanks Alenka. Thanks for the question. Thanks to HK as well for inviting us here today. I hope you'll let me bring the conversation back a little bit closer to Europe now. Perhaps I can start by addressing your assessment of our HEIs. So we're a network of 57 universities, together the strong and united voice of universities of science and technology in Europe. And we're what I like to call a pan-European association. So our membership is not tied to being based in an EU country, but instead more around sharing an interest in Europe, but with a global outlook. We cover universities from 28 different countries across the EU, also in Israel, Norway, Serbia, Switzerland, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. And each of them, they occupy a leading position in their regional context and their country and beyond. Some are comprehensive, some are specialized. So one of our strengths really is how our membership combines excellence with geographic diversity. So what was the global pillar of the European strategy for universities, for example? Well, the Commission's communication from January states that the strategy will support universities in becoming more outward-looking and competitive on the global scene. So that's the excellence part, and in contributing to the strengthening of higher education systems in partner countries. So that's the kind of inclusion part that we're talking about today. Looking at this, I would like to bring back into the conversation, we heard about it earlier, the idea of brain circulation, or what we like to call talent circulation at CESA. So it's not just about physical brains inside people's heads, moving from country to country, but also about kind of the portability of ideas and concepts spreading from the EU as it aspires to be the leader in global education and research far beyond its borders. So this global pillar cannot be achieved without attracting some of the best and brightest from Europe's universities to Europe's universities from outside as well, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. A well-planned strategy should see a boost in career perspectives for talented young researchers from countries with less of an academic tradition, which then brings in an individual level to the inclusivity as well, on top of the wider geographic scope that I referred to. Well, that's all very well said, but when we dig deeper, does the strategy truly have a worthy global dimension? I think it's clear that last month's Council conclusions based on the strategy, based on the communication, push back slightly on the Commission's ambitions. Our association, in its position paper before the Council meeting, advocated the European higher education area, which I'm sure obviously you all know very well, and the Bologna process associated with it as the solid foundation on which existing comparability in the standards and quality assurance of higher education qualifications is built. And we advocate that any joint European degrees and any other initiatives in this area should build on this existing framework. So we therefore welcome the ministers demonstrating their commitment to what already exists. But there is still wider scope for a truly global perspective in there as well. Both the Commission's communication and the Council's conclusions revealed little ambition on a broader than EU and EEA perspective, EEA in the economic sense, not in the education sense, for the 4 flagship initiatives which were part of that paper. Nevertheless, the accent the strategy placed on places on researchers at risk is most welcome. At the time of the Commission's communication back in January, we didn't realise just how relevant this pledge and parallel call to EU member states would be just a few short weeks later. 4 million refugees from Ukraine are trying now to build lives in the EU as we speak, many of them students and academics who are, again, following COVID, learning online and or being integrated into an institution far away from their home. Partly with thanks to the flexibility shown by the Commission, of course, in its response to the invasion. It's also welcome to see an emphasis on building, or maybe better said, strengthening bridges in the section Drivers of Europe's Global Role and Leadership. It acknowledges that Europe needs to reach out more to the rest of the world, even if the intense focus on selected strategic partner countries, although understandable, it has to, of course, go in line with the EU's perspectives, does not always fall hand in hand with developments and desires in academic circles, with existing complexities surrounding funding for specific regions, of course, likely to continue. So reciprocity is key here to fostering truly balanced exchanges, where those who participate in mobility programs can increasingly act as multipliers both at home and host institutions, both in Europe and further afield. And allow me as well to give a special mention to Erasmus Plus alumni from around the world who do an amazing job in communicating the benefits of international mobility and promoting the need for ever more inclusivity and diversity in academia. So with not much more concretely on a supposed global pillar for the strategy, allow me now to turn our attention to the global dimension of Erasmus Plus with the message that all of these actions should be intertwined with the strategy to make it a global success. Firstly, it's a bit of a shame that our previous call back in 2020 for the Erasmus Plus 2021 to 27 budget to reach €46 billion to support this step up in cooperation and therefore a more globally inclusive programme wasn't achieved. As we know as well, the existing budget is just over €26 billion and suffers from being backloaded towards the end of the programming period. Ironically now, our members are telling us that leftover funds from the COVID pandemic are subsidising a lot of the ambitions at this early stage of the programming cycle. There are a few more technical aspects which I would go into, but I think we're a little bit short for time, so are we okay? Can I go into them? Yeah, okay, great. So we also have the opening up of Key Action 131, which is, of course, the classic Erasmus exchanges that we think of, you know, students going to and from universities and staff as well, to non-programme countries. And this has been welcomed by our members. The 20% budget limit appears to be sufficient, provided that for Key Action 171, so that's the successor to international credit mobility, also becomes available. Which we really do hope will be the case whilst the post-pandemic appetite to revitalise international exchange is on the rise again. Allowing funding under Key Action 131 for incoming mobility should also be considered for specific global regions, perhaps drawing inspiration from the approach with the widening countries under Horizon Europe or the rules already established under the international credit mobility. And our members, of course, we often hear this a lot, but they would appreciate increased flexibility in where their staff and students can go on exchange to and also where they can come from. And a quick word as well on Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters. The new funding model is welcomed. It provides a clear incentive for attracting additional students beyond traditional grant holders through a lack of although the lack of clear ceiling or reference point for consortium level tuition fees can complicate coordination among partners. So the adapted rule on the geographical spread of Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Scholarship holders, which is 10% maximum from the same country, may also be unnecessarily complicated to recruiting high quality students from around the world. And now the design measures actions, it's also welcomed, but the application process is disproportionate for the level of funding involved. And of course, we're trying to get rid of those administrative burdens. And when you have these kinds of extra rules coming in, it's not always easy to achieve that. Clarifications are already needed as well on the priority for states and institutions which are not involved in Erasmus Mundus already. So that goes into kind of the guidance documents and all of those kinds of technicalities. So I'll zoom back out now to kind of like the higher perspective, if you'll let me conclude with 3 main points. Firstly, the EU's ambitions should be open and leading the way rather than closed and running behind. Secondly, a modern understanding of excellence includes recognising the strength that diversity brings, which I think everybody here today has pretty much got on board with. And thirdly, and this is a bit awkward as a British person, but swiftly associating Switzerland and the UK with Horizon Europe really is a must if the EU is serious about being a global leader and creating those partnerships with like-minded countries. And I really do believe that there is a lot more that unites us than divides us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you also, all 4 of you, to be so much on time that we would now be happy to take any questions from the public. Either, do we have anybody? Okay. So maybe at the end of the next round. We would now tackle more the topic of the science or knowledge diplomacy. And Deirdre, to you, a question. How do you see the role of knowledge diplomacy in an international context? I mean, and how this could help for maybe blocks of countries where there might be internally a smooth cooperation, but externally much more difficult one?
I think this was quite the science diplomacy, knowledge diplomacy would have been particularly helpful, I think, during the negotiation of the joint declaration at the Africa-EU summit. So we had heads of state on both sides, the Commission sort of negotiating the joint declaration, and the sensitive points were health, obviously the pandemic, but in particular in relation to intellectual property and the TRIPS waiver in relation to the vaccine. So that was a sensitive issue for Africa. They felt that Europe wasn't doing enough on the World Trade Organization front and, sort of helping them advance on their agenda. The other sensitive point was on green transition. Now, it's very good to go to Africa and talk about a green transition, but they're not there yet. So they need a just transition, and that is their clear message to us as Europeans, and that's sort of the text that came out of the in the joint declaration. And as I mentioned before, their sovereign autonomy are fundamental. Now, these are areas which could be facilitated, or at least we wouldn't come to the 3 a.m. in the morning, in a negotiation, if there was more sort of understanding up front between Europe and the partners. I think it's also very clear that there's a big disconnect between universities and governments and states. If we look at universities and university partnerships, the collaboration projects, you have no issue with your partners. You're working together in a particular academic area, it's flowing, it's good, regardless of the problems behind. But then there's always this kind of discourse that comes up in different arenas, for instance, on the curriculum with Africa, the colonial curriculum, Europe coming. These kind of discourses are at a different level. Or, for instance, the Chinese influence also, the differences in Europe's way of interacting and China's way of interacting. I think a lot of this could be helped. For instance, just after the summit, then there was the invasion of Ukraine, and at the General Assembly, we were quite surprised. And we'd just come out of a summit where Europe and Africa had sort of committed to a renewed partnership, but there were significant numbers of African countries that had either abstained or rejected the declaration condemning the invasion of... So, sort of this is when, I think universities and university collaboration and working and bringing this up to a higher level and engaging with ministries. I come from both worlds, and so I come from the Erasmus, and I'm seeing now here. I think more can be done between universities here in Europe and universities in Africa, whereby you as partners go together and knock on the doors of the ministries in the partner countries, of the EU delegations, and you say, look at what we're doing. We're working in the field of agri-food. Agri-food is critical at the moment. This is what Europe can offer. This is what this collaborative partnership between University X and University Y in Africa is actually doing. Much more awareness, I think, is needed there, and that will help stop this big gap in discourse.
Okay, thank you. So as we heard in the first panel, university in each of the delegation. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Lloyd, also Caesar's position papers refer to the these principles of science democracy, and could you share with us how this is, how do your network see this is working out, especially taking on board the concepts, as we also heard it in the first panel, and it's in the European documents like EU strategic autonomy, and on the other hand, also being open as possible and closed as necessary. So how
yes,
do this,
exactly. So at CESA, we like to talk of universal values rather than European values. Not that they're opposed, but we don't see them as being exclusive to Europe. So the focus should be on what unites us as a global community and not really on what separates us. These universal values are enshrined in our association. They're rooted in sustainable peace and prosperity, respect for the rule of law and human rights, democratic citizenship, evidence-based policy making, and free circulation of knowledge, as laid down in agreements not only by the European Union, but also by the United Nations. So you can see where this kind of more global perspective comes into our idea. The idea of united in diversity, the EU's motto, of course, since 2000 is clearly not exclusive to the European Union itself. But at the same time, we can't be naive, of course. Putin's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine and its people underlines that agreements can be broken, with bridges which have been built over decades burnt down in an instant. The universal values we champion come into question during these moments. And conflict and war clearly continue to pose enormous local and global challenges which jeopardize global security. So the traction around increasing EU strategic autonomy cannot mean reducing the autonomy of our researchers and the universities that they work at. In contrast, it should empower them to build up and to maintain bridges across cultures, countries, continents, and conflicts. That is why we're so focused on stepping up global cooperation, because there is far more that unites us than divides us in advancing our societies. But this is nowhere more true than international cooperation, science, technology, and academia, where these four areas all meet. Our universities exist to conduct excellent science and develop cutting-edge technology which educate the next generations, including our future leaders. They nurture independence of thought and assure ethical academics who foster trust in academia throughout society. So we really must remain committed to scientific integrity, academic freedom, and institutional autonomy more than ever in these testing times. Meanwhile, governments and international organizations must empower these academics and their institutions, who are the very people who take on the responsibility of advancing our societies. The authorities must be thoughtful and nuanced whilst applying discretion and due diligence. And they must refrain from sanctioning academics and students solely on the basis of nationality. And I'm really pleased to hear some of the positive words surrounding individual mobility being able to continue there. Only this way will we maintain genuine connections and cooperation where they still exist, whilst politics and war play out in the foreground. These reflections led us to propose 4 guiding principles in our position paper on a framework for global cooperation in science and technology, bearing in mind the recent developments. And we were actually developing this paper before the war, and when this came in, we couldn't ignore it. We really had to get this angle in there as well. So firstly, adhering to the universal values that I referred to earlier, practically we can, and in some cases do already see in this generous financial support and simplified administrative procedures that there are ways of helping those who are affected by conflict and war, fleeing from both oppressor and aggressor regimes. Those bridges really need to be maintained and strengthened. Secondly, we must put global goals at the center of global cooperation and promote openness in achieving them. We encourage the EU to lead by example through being as open as possible with global partners. Thirdly, the EU Framework Programme for Research and Innovation and related programmes are key for reaching out to global partners who share universal values. We must join forces to tackle local and global challenges, and this must remain their focus. The EU institutions should support universities and academics to carry out their own risk-benefit analyses, including on foreign interference. And finally, I would like to quote our Secretary General, who has declared that now is the worst time for petty squabbles. I reiterate that we strongly believe that the EU must seek and cherish its close allies in science and technology, including, of course, Switzerland and the UK, among many others. What does that mean in practice? That the British government, the Swiss government, and the EU institutions should come to a swift agreement on reassociation to Horizon Europe and Erasmus+. Further integrating the Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership countries must be high on the agenda as well. Meanwhile, we are hearing of Horizon Association exploratory talks for Canada, New Zealand, South Korea, even negotiations coming up now in the middle of this year. So when it wishes to be, the EU can be ambitious in both the depth and geographic scope of its partnerships in our field. Whilst here in Europe, our association has had to be active in a campaign called Stick to Science, the campaign for an open and inclusive European research area. So I encourage all of you listening to join the 5,000 people and 280 organisations who have already signed up as supporters to show how we all want to put science and technology cooperation before politics. That's me, thanks.
Thank you, Lloyd. Hilde, what do you think, what would be the role, or what is the role of the European cooperation schemes in collaboration with the Global South? We saw that you are already very much involved in this region, but still what, I mean, are the potential that is there still?
Yes. First, I would like to say that we need both nationally funded programs and the EU funded program, but I think we also need to see more coordination and synergy between the programs, and I think an even stronger emphasis on co-creation and the needs of our partners in the Global South. I think we do still have a ways to go, partially because we are also bound by our national policies and strategies. Another area or point I would like to make is that I think we should aim for more flexibility in our program design. In the changing international landscape, it necessitates it, but unfortunately, again, the reality of the frameworks and the conditions under which the programs are created often makes it difficult. There are visa regulations and there are many practical hindrances that makes that kind of flexibility also difficult. I think we often can show more flexibility in managing the projects, but it's harder to be flexible and responsive at the program level. And also, it's maybe sometimes harder to have a really long-term perspective in the things that we do, and we should really aim for that. I would also like to see maybe a stronger focus on institutional cooperation and capacity building. Not to say that we don't need individual scholarship schemes, but I think that it's important to focus on the capacity building of the institutions. But on the other hand, the world that we live in now, with the conflicts and the crisis that we are experiences currently in different parts of the world, also shows us that institutional collaboration sometimes is difficult in these conflict areas, and in that respect, maybe individual scholarships is most definitely needed. And somebody mentioned also the students and academics at risk and refugees, and these are groups that we should pay particular attention to and have programs for. And then last, I would like to point out that I think we also need to be more conscious of sustainability in cooperation. I think both in terms of climate change and the impact and longevity of the project results. For instance, we need to maybe encourage longer stays when traveling longer distances. And also I think we could encourage more South-to-South cooperation and finance that as well in our programs. I think I will stop there and maybe there'll be some questions.
Thank you. I would also agree that capacity building was one important mechanism. I mean, it has to be the system development as well as individual support. I mean, to really advance in this regards. Matthijs, what are your good practices or maybe challenges that you experienced in funding schemes that you already are implementing quite a lot actually in the regions as you described before, and how are those related to inclusion and excellence, of course?
Thank you, Alenka. To start with my view on the good practices, there's a small echo here, by the way. When I think of the good practices, I also think of that we continuously target specific knowledge gaps. And we target specific target groups. At the beginning of the program, we do that by developing country plans of implementation. So per country, we look at, and per region, we look at which knowledge gaps are there. And we mainly try to fit them in the 4 priority areas that I described before, like food and nutrition security, security and rule of law. Another thing that can be considered a good practice of our programs is that they are both tailor-made and they are integrated with each other, as I briefly mentioned before as well. We have tailor-made trainings, which are group trainings, where we specifically see what a certain organization or department or a combination of organization needs in which specific areas. Furthermore, we work locally. We have several NUFIC offices worldwide that promote education and exchange between scholars. And we also work in consortia, as I mentioned. So these collaborations are very important for us. So because we learn a lot from other organizations' approaches. Furthermore, we apply a regional approach where possible. So we have several regional managers within our department. I'm one of them, focusing on the Middle East region, where we on a weekly basis get together and share our views on the different regions and which approach do we apply, and is it logical that we do so. So we try to learn a lot from that. And also within our programs, we try to have calls for regional projects. So organizations in different countries are stimulated to work together and find new networks. So that's something I'm particularly proud of within our program. Furthermore, we also work with co-funding. So when we launch a project, we ask the local partners, the southern partners, if they are able to co-fund. And this is also dependent on the economic status of the country. So in middle-income countries, we ask them to have their share in the project, because that creates ownership and reciprocity. So I think that's an important element as well to stress here. But of course, while implementing our programs, there are lots of challenges as well, which we encounter. And the topics I mentioned are very diverse and can be considered both good practices, but sometimes also a challenge. When we think of inclusion, for instance, what we're talking about all day today, the inclusion of some people means exclusion of other people. So when you focus on a certain target group, including a certain target group, this could mean that you are excluding other target groups. So you have to be aware of that. And that's sometimes a very difficult exercise, because why do you decide to include certain target groups and others not? Furthermore, we also try to strive for equality in partnerships, but that is a very difficult challenge as well, because what we hear sometimes from our partner, that it's difficult to have total equality in decision making. When sometimes a grant amount is partly paid to a Dutch partner, that institution that receives the money, unconsciously maybe can feel that they can do a bit more than they would like to do. So we have to really take care of that aspect. And make sure that the sovereign partners are also feeling as responsible and as equal in the decision making. And furthermore, there's also financial equality, which I briefly mentioned as well. How can we make sure that people in certain countries are also paid for their work? Because we need to learn from sovereign partners as well. And when people at the universities give lectures, they should be paid for it within our program. But that sometimes is a challenge because of our legal framework in our program. But we try to find ways that fit within that legal framework, and it also fit within that financial equality goal. But that's sometimes a challenge. And last but not least, it's sometimes automatically created that we work in silos instead of regional collaboration. Because maybe sometimes we don't know about what happens in other countries or in the same country, especially. So it's always a challenge to connect as many people and organizations to each other as possible, to make sure people work together instead of in silos. Yes, that's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the public? Online? No? Okay, physically. Okay, then, oh, yeah, we do have.
Just to thank the speakers for the excellent presentations and this beautiful global engagement of the programs. There is this notion of Team Europe, which I like a lot, that maybe you could elaborate on just a little.
Okay.
Yes, Team Europe is an approach whereby the EU funding and the member states' efforts funding are put together in a partner country. So let's start at national level, at partner country level. We'll take, for instance, Senegal. The government of Senegal has identified a series of 3-4 priority areas, and member states discuss who would have the best expertise in that particular area and who'd be willing to contribute. And the EU does the same. That's discussed together, and basically the effort is shared. If a particular member state present in Senegal doesn't feel it has expertise or interest in agriculture, they might choose, to focus on another area or another country. Then doing that also you bring in different means of funding, because the member states have certain means of funding, the EU has others, and the fact that you have brought a bigger packet of funding together will generate other funding. So then you're going into innovative funding, blending guarantees, etc. What that also does is increase the coherence, so you don't have the silo sort of effect with people not being aware of what the other's doing. And that's where I see the role of the universities, and where they can tap in, and where you as agencies should be able to sort of engage there, because you have member states have their embassies, which are there. In some cases, member states have development agencies. Development agencies have expertise, but to a limited extent, whereby I think they would very much appreciate if the higher education agencies can come in and bring in European universities, and that, I think, is a complete change of mindset from the pure technical assistance type efforts that were made before. So we have developments in Europe, the European universities, whereby universities are coalescing, are sharing, mutualizing, seeing who is best on what area, who can advance. And we'll bring that in into your collaboration, be it through Erasmus, be it through, there'll be the Intra-Africa Mobility Program, there's RISE, there's Marie Curie, so you can do that anyway through the programs that exist already, but also this kind of conversation should be taking place also for the Team Europe initiatives, the big ones, the ones that are taking place at national and at regional level. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, I have my own, I keep on forgetting. As we have a few minutes more, I would also have a question, mainly for Matej, to you and to Hilde, as you're also acting as a national agency for Erasmus Plus as well. I mean, how to start? I mean, I will, this is a question that, for example, I'm from Slovenia, and of course for the Western Balkan region, collaboration is established, and I mean, this is a region that everybody has interest and no problems on how to implement or use the opportunities also within the Erasmus program. But on the other side, we have African continent, with no established link within the institutions before. And if you want to use the funds that are available through the program, you need to have some kind of links. And we have many administrative obstacles, no additional funds. I mean, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not even for education, are giving extra fund. I mean, how to do? Because, I mean, in a way we promote this cooperation, but without previous links, you cannot have a successful partnership or, I don't know, cooperation. So, I mean, what would your reflections would be on, I mean, what would be the first steps, the best to be done? So, Matthijs or Hilde, I mean,
Hilde, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I think, yeah, of course, I think to succeed in these programs, you need to have sort of an established relationship with your counterparts in the global south. But for instance, that we see, and because we also have the programs in the same department, we see that some of our national programs, I mentioned NORPART, but we also have had another one called Eurasia, which has been towards the Eastern Partnership countries and the Central Asia region. We see that these programs can prepare consortia also to apply for EU funding, the capacity building dimension of the Erasmus Plus program, for instance. And it also can, they can also extend the nationally funded programs through the global, through KA 171, the international credit mobility schemes, so that when the projects are coming towards an end, they can continue it. But I think also sometimes the international credit mobility scheme can also be a way to test out relationships that can continue and be something more later on. So we see that sort of go both ways, and so I think there is potential for synergy between the nationally funded programs and EU-funded programs. But in the end, I think many of these relationships that succeed have a long-standing relationships, often research relationships, and yeah. So we don't do matchmaking, unfortunately.
Matthijs?
Yes, thank you, Alenka. When I think of this question, I'm thinking it's all about visibility. People need to know that what you are doing to be able to think, okay, can I maybe join in some way? So what we try to do is we have a large alumni network all over the world of people that have studied in the Netherlands or have collaborated with Dutch partners in their country or at their university. So that's a good starting point. We always try to invite as many stakeholders as possible that are linked to the specific topics that are discussed during alumni events. So we organize several alumni events per year in different countries, but we also organize regional alumni events. For instance, we had 2 years ago we had one in Thailand for Asian partners, and we will have one now beginning of June in Jordan. Focusing on alumni of the entire Middle East region. So joining these events is maybe a first step to get to know the programs and to get to know which opportunities are there. But we also stay continuously in contact with embassies, of course, and we hear from them which target groups there are that we could also address with our programs. Yeah, there are several more ways in which we operate, but these are two of the elements which could be highlighted.
Okay, thank you very much. What, you have a question? Okay, yeah. So please.
I just had a quick reaction, if I may, listening to Hilde, who brought up again this word of synergies, who used to be a buzzword in Brussels circles about 2 years ago, I think, when we were discussing heatedly the launch of the new programs. And we used it a lot in the sense of synergies between education and research funding in particular. I think it's still a very relevant word today that we might want to start applying also when it comes to global cooperation and the outlining of different strategies and objectives. Certainly synergies between national level funding and European level funding, but also between the different strategies that we actually also mentioned today. With our event, we focused very much on the European strategy for universities, but we know of the global approach strategy for research. We've heard just now in this session about the global gateway strategy. And I think, Lloyd, you've brought that up as well. There are also strategies with slightly different objectives and certainly colliding principles when it comes to global cooperation. So probably as a way forward, we need those collisions to be addressed as well. And then we probably need also for them to be reflected in a better way, the different parts of the European Commission work together to address them. So it's more a comment to you, Deirdre, because I think you're the only representative of the European Commission left with us in the panel. That's the downside of staying until the end. And I think it's a point you've heard many times before, but it struck me that we need that probably more than ever also in the global context. Thank you.
If I may, I agree totally with you. When you think about it, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago, universities were quite fluent in looking for European funding, going from the education programs, the research programs, FP, whatever, 1, 2, but also regional funds, structural funds, etc. Well, it's a little bit the same sort of principle. You know, it's looking to see where universities can position themselves and then support their mission through the different, types of financing available, be it European, be it their own member state, be it development funding, be it education funding. I think the first thing is to look at the mission of the institution, look at education research missions, look at your global mission, and then see what can support that best. But then needs to be this dialogue done also at national level so that the strengths can be brought out, the strengths of the different institutions, and then that should be brought into a conversation with the partner country. The university should be working at the bottom, but I think member states should be also working above that and having a conversation with their counterparts in the Global South, for instance. And that will help sustainability, it'll help effectiveness and such like. I'm not sure if I've answered the question, but in the Commission services, we're talking a lot more than before, so hopefully that'll help.
So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much for all the panelists for this excellent discussion. And for participants, just allow us a few minutes for technical change of some of the panelists, because I understood you stay. Okay, thank you very much, and see you in a few minutes. Yeah, thank you.
I can see you again. Sorry. So that seems we can start? Yeah. So technically we're there, but not humanely. Daar is de Piet. The title of this concluding panel is Taking Europe's Global Cooperation in Higher Education and Research Forward, Key Takeaways for Policy and Practice, and we've got a total of 30 minutes for that, which is a daunting task, but I had the privilege to not bear it alone, but to have 3 experts with me to tell me and you what are the key takeaways for policy and practice. So when I came here this afternoon, I was puzzled if what is inclusive excellence or excellent inclusivity. I'm still puzzled, but on a higher level, which is already a step forward. And I would like to start with asking all of you the same question and then follow up with separate questions for each of you according to your areas of expertise. Before I do that, I need not introduce Deirdre because he has just been introduced, and I probably do not need to introduce Michael and Pete because you all know them. But just to remember you, Pete is the Vice President of the European Association of International Education. And Michael Gebel is, and has been for some time, I think, the Director of the Higher Education Policy Unit at the European University Association, EUA. So my first question is basically, if you think what you didn't know at 1 p.m. today and what you do now, what are the 1 or 2 takeaways you would offer within 4 minutes? Let's start with you, Deirdre.
What I know is that I'm still trying to adjust to my new role. I think that's quite clear. I think I've learned, and I'm not sure I should say that, but I think sometimes putting policy on paper, you can lose some of the nuances. And what I've heard and what we've said on occasions is sort of excellence is Europe and inclusiveness is de facto everything you're doing outside in developing world. And that isn't how I think we should be approaching this. I think excellence is everything that universities can do to solve society's challenges, be it themselves individually or be it in partnership, and be it in partnership regardless of who the partner is. It could be a partner in the developing South. That's excellence. For me, excellence is also university working outside its strict territory, working with the private sector, working with the public sector, working with the community, etc. So these kind of processes, this way of working is excellence. And inclusiveness, for me, is making sure that you are bringing in everybody who needs to be brought on board for whatever purpose. And that's, so it's not Europe versus the world, if you see what I mean. I think that's the message we should be passing to our universities. Thank you.
That's a very good point, and it came also to my mind that perhaps we need to redefine excellence, not just inclusiveness. So, Michael, what would be the 1 or 2 takeaways you would offer?
Yeah, I think I can just follow up there, and somebody said this often, and there's an oxymoron, excellent and inclusion, and I think this is probably true. I mean, if you look at the higher education institution, I mean, historically that has been defined by exclusion rather than by inclusion. And there are exceptions, but this is how we looked at it. And now, I mean, things have changed. I mean, there's an ESDG, which basically says it has to be inclusive, provide for all. This is a major change. A few years ago, just remembered about 10 years ago, if you put into your search machine access and inclusion in higher education, it came out that this was about physically challenged people and giving them access. So we moved quite a way, what I try to say, we moved quite a way forward. We made a lot of progress in both, I think, at policy and institutional level. I think Deirdre's observation was right in that we talked about collaborating with Africa as inclusion, yeah? But we also talked about working in Europe, being active in Europe as a matter of inclusion. I think what we probably have to, what we used to hear quite a lot, we are excellent as an institution, so we can't be inclusive, you know, you can't do the same. And I think this is a bit more difficult to find. I wouldn't exclude that you still meet somebody at a European university who says this. But I think this has changed. We're much closer to society, focus more on societal needs. You could still be, I think, provocative and say, can it be excellent if it is not inclusive? So, but at many places, I think you arrive now to we are excellent and, or we are excellent and but inclusive. And then what Deirdre said is probably right. You know, we have diverse approaches to, or you can define excellence in different areas. And I think that has been demonstrated here quite nicely in the afternoon. You got a full board of different contexts where excellence come in, from institutional inclusion to research, mobility, and I think this is probably how we have to explore this now. I mean, where does an institution want to be excellent? Where do colleagues at a department want to be excellent? And how do they do this? So I think I take it till here. In the next round, maybe we can go a step further.
Thank you, Michael. Pete.
Yes, thank you, Ulrich, and thank you, the AK colleagues, for organizing and inviting me. I represent the European Association for International Education, but I also represent my University of Antwerp, which is a partner in one of the European University alliances, the EDUFI Young Universities for the Future of Europe, which is also partly my inspiration here when thinking about this concept. And I think I agree very much with what the two previous speakers said. Traditionally, in a narrative about excellence and inclusiveness, we see this, or we read between the lines, okay, we normally aim for excellence, but now we will do a little bit less for the sake of inclusiveness. And that's absolutely the wrong way to see it. I think we really need, I heard the term paradigm shift, or changing the narrative, and that I agree that excellence without inclusiveness, and not only not in the sense of keep doing what we're doing, but include more people. That's not what it should be. I think we should think about what we are doing, and that has to lead to more impact in terms of societal benefits and inclusiveness, not only in the sense of including more target groups, but also including in the core of what we are doing more diverse points of view, more attention to different contexts, more attention to diversity of all kinds. And if the excellence we're aiming for does not incorporate that diversity, both in the inputs and in the outcomes that we are looking for, then it's just not excellent in this day and age. That's what I think.
Thank you, Pete. Now we've all redefined excellence. And if I may ask a follow-up question to you, Michael, who you are representing an association of universities. I started my career at an association of universities. And if I look at universities, at least in my own country, which happens to be your own as well, is it actually true that university administrators, university heads, institutional strategists are looking at what makes them more inclusive rather than in what makes them stand out in comparison with others? Would we imagine university heads to wait with the same anxiety for the record in first-generation students, for example, as they are when the new Shanghai ranking is about to be published, or the results of the excellence strategy in Germany? So how do you observe your institutions that are cooperating in the EUA, but that are also competing with each other? Is it really true that it all converges?
I think you said it yourself, you know, when you said Shanghai ranking. So if somebody talks about excellence without further specification, it means research excellence. And then it's not about any kind of research, which as such can be excellent, but it's research that is noted in high-ranking publications, funding schemes, and so I think you're absolutely right, but I can see also that this is becoming a bit more complicated also for the university leaders talk. I mean, you cannot just get away by just talking about this, and we can see how these very uniform and very one-channeled research excellence, how this is becoming a bit more fragmented, and this has to do with several things. I think on the one hand side, there's growing emphasis on teaching. We also have to perform in teaching. EUA published last year the Universities Without Walls, which also emphasizes the so-called third mission, services to society. But I think the important point is also, it's not just about bringing up the other missions and asking for parity of esteem. You see the problems within the research itself, you know. How do you want to do open science if you just follow the narrow research metrics? So what we can see, I think, at the moment that we see, I mean, the missions of the university are redefined or are in the process of redefinition, and that has also implications of how you, for example, define and assess academic careers. And I think that's the crucial point at the moment, where I completely agree. You still have to somehow, you cannot just move to the other side overnight. You know, you still have the community in the institution which looks on the research metrics and on the rankings but there are different approaches there, and these have to be, if not aligned, they have to be fed simultaneously at the same time.
So thank you. So there's still room for improvement. May I switch to a somewhat different question, Deirdre? The global outreach in European higher education, and you reminded us, as many speakers did, that most of the world is not the West. But is the South, and do not always share the values we define as universal. And if you were talking about Africa, and that's your special field, I just looked at the Academic Freedom Index world map, where Africa does not really look very green. That is, countries with much academic freedom. On the other hand, of course, we need to reach out perhaps even more to countries and education systems that are different and whose rulers wish it to be different from ours. So how do we reconcile that with, first, the emphasis that we put on academic freedom and freedom of speech in general, and the priority as defined by your colleague earlier this afternoon for countries that share our research agenda and academic values. So how to strike a balance between the necessity of an actual global outreach with looking for allies, if I may put it more bluntly probably than it deserves. Yeah.
I think the purpose of the cooperation will be different. There'll be the academic cooperation where you're working with people an institution which has shared values, the same values as yourself. And in other cases, you will be deciding when engaging with your partner in a problematic country, so to say. No, but if you're engaging there, it's because your university has an interest to contribute to the wider societal challenge, and can go, the better good is beyond than, you know, the effect of the system is less, you don't have to work with the system in the same way. So you shouldn't stop collaborating with an institution because you don't agree with the system in the country necessarily, because you're contributing to safe water, you're contributing to food, you're contributing, you know, in that sense. I think that's the approach.
Thank you. Piet, you are yourself an international education professional, and you are vice president of an organization of international education professionals. And for many years, international education professional meant primarily mobility. And then we see that access to mobility is unequal. In some societies more, in others less, but it's definitely unequal. So is the way out to concentrate on other forms of internationalization, or what continues to be the place of physical mobility, including of those who did not have the chance to be sent as secondary school students to an American high school by their parents?
Well, I also heard with interest what your colleague from DAAD was saying in the previous session. I thought she made some excellent points on this question. She did do one thing that rubs me the wrong way, which is to use the term virtual mobility, which I'm a little bit allergic to, and I find it a very useless term. I could talk for half an hour why that is, but I don't think we have time for that. But if anyone feels the urge to talk about virtual mobility sometime in the future, call me and I will try to bring you to another thought.
We'll have a reception right after this. Yeah.
No, the reason is I think it does a real disservice to both physical mobility and to other types of internationalization to mix this up in something called virtual mobility, which has no useful meaning. But I think the answer to your question is that, yes, again, on this point, I feel this is a time when we have to change the narrative fundamentally and get away from putting mobility in the center of everything. In my mind, what really matters when we want to reach excellence in terms of internationalization of education, of curricula, what matters in the end is the competences we bring to the students and to all students. In my mind, that should be the goal. And it should not be about physical mobility or not primarily, but it should be about bringing, and in my mind, the essential skill to bring into the curriculum is collaboration. And inclusive collaboration in the sense of collaborating with people who are different than yourself, with people who are in different contexts, but also people from different disciplines, interdisciplinary collaboration. And that's the complex skill that will be the real competitive advantage of the future. As one of the previous speakers said, knowledge is everywhere. Someone who's a little bit handy can find the necessary information at any given time. But it's that skill, the attitude also of being able to connect with others and to build a trust is a very important term, because it's the fuel really of progress. If you can build a trustful partnership, trustful collaboration, that will be the basis for real progress. Because it will build literally a basis for taking on new challenges in the future. So that's the real skill we should be aiming for, and that's something you learn by doing during your studies. And that can be done both online and face-to-face by going physically to another country and collaborating face-to-face. But that's a secondary consideration. What's the best tool to use? The primary objective should be to bring this collaboration in diverse settings into the curriculum for all students, and then you don't have the effect that I forgot the name of your colleague from DAAD, but what she said is, let's not have okay, the first choice, mobility for the group that can do it and wants to do it, and then have a second choice, virtual mobility for the ones who can't, and organize it separately. No, we should go for 100% of students in the core of the curriculum should be collaborating with peers in other countries in some way. And that's in my mind, that should be the point, because the real challenge is not inclusivity of those who want to do it but have obstacles. The real challenge in inclusivity, in my mind, is that big group who's not even interested in international exposure, who doesn't see any need for it or any use for it. That's the group that really where we should try to make progress.
That's for sure, and it's not only about money. Even as a representative of funding agencies, one needs to say that it's also a matter of thinking, of ideas, of encouragement, of peers sharing their experience. We are reaching the end, so my last question to each of you is there any individual idea or project or program that was mentioned today that you find particularly encouraging or interesting, or hate it particularly? So just the one concrete thing that you liked or intensely disliked. Would you start, Michael?
I think I'm overwhelmed now. There was so much this afternoon, so I can't really pick out one particular program. Maybe I can share one thing. Around 2008, I remember, and you may recall that as well, that there was a discussion on whether actually this capacity building with third world countries would come to an end, because we were under the growing pressure to excel in research, and were increasingly assessed on research outcomes and an end. And here we are today, you know. I mean, it has come to the center, actually, and we do not call it any longer capacity building. Yeah? So I think that would be my point here. It's quite interesting how we shifted the perspective, and I think we have to think more about what we want our institutions actually to be, and how we want them to perform, and how we want to assess them. And this will get us away from the rankings. The rankings might change in the end. So,
thank you, Deirdre.
In relation to rankings, just I don't know if you saw, I'm not an expert, but there were the rankings based on the SDGs that were published last week. And again, you know, that opens another conversation, but interesting. And their African universities scored quite high. I hope they don't chase after that as the only purpose in life. But I think today what was interesting, I heard a few people mention, you know, that the programs sometimes are not flexible enough because the funding or rules are coming from different purposes. So, you know, the Ministry of Development or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or sort of, you know, the choices, the priorities, the regions with whom to work. Hopefully, I would think, perhaps naively, that if we're having a Team Europe approach, and if we're sort of going to our global partners as a whole, there should be more correspondence now in the future between the offer scholarship programs, capacity building, and, you know, what's going to be possible for you as agencies. Looking at the presentation in the previous session from the NUFIC, when you saw the areas, the thematic disciplines they're focusing on, these are exactly the ones that are there for the global gateway. So it makes me wonder, well, you know, what's wrong then? You know, are there some tweaks that need to be done? Can we focus? Can you take up that conversation with your ministries and see, you know, how you can reflect this then in your operations?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the element that I found most revealing or interesting for me was actually in the last session, the point that came up about synergy between different funders and different programs, and the attention that's given to, you know, finding the best way to combine them. I think that's still something that's a real point of attention for the future, because we still have capacity building projects, even in Erasmus+. And my experience is also that the real added value comes usually outside the core of the technical thing you're trying to do. It's usually broader coming together of people and finding new opportunities. So that goes in the same direction of finding an ecosystem where we can find ways to progress together.
Thank you, Peter. I think this is one of the wonderful things in international education, the unexpected mechanisms, the unexpected results, the unexpected experiences that then make it so much more interesting than just working with your neighbor all year long. I will not try to make a summary of the summaries, just one element. I think it's important that we saw in this concluding discussion that this is not a zero-sum game, that excellence does not need to be detrimental to inclusiveness and vice versa. And I think the most prominent examples are to tap on the enormous intellectual resources for both teaching and research and study of women, of students and scholars in the global south. So that it's not that we're giving anything away, but that we are, for the benefit of all of us, we are helping to produce and disseminate knowledge. And I think that's why it is so important that the global outlook has a place, perhaps in the European strategy document, but much more importantly in the European strategy for higher education as it's actually implemented, supported, encouraged, and done by individual institutions. And we hope to have contributed with this event to this sort of reflection and policy development. And let me conclude by a few words of thanks to my fellow panelists in this concluding panel, to all the speakers and everybody who attended, and to the few people who even intervened from the audience. So thank you for having been with us for that long this afternoon. And thanks, of course, to the fellow organizers of this event. With HK, somebody wants to talk. Yeah, so go ahead. Before I give any further thanks,
thank you very
we get
much
a reprimand
for having a word. And actually, I'm Svetlana Shitikova, National Erasmus Plus Office Coordinator from Ukraine. And since today there were a lot of time Ukraine mentioned, and I really would like to reflect a little bit, if I may, to contribute a little bit to the takeaways for today's conference. And I really appreciate the opportunity to participate, and also to say to all of you that we value a lot of your care, support, help, and solidarity with Ukraine, and also for all the flexibility which is done and all the specific support and special measures provided for Ukraine. I'm also the part of the network of the Erasmus Plus offices, and we would like to also draw your attention that please do not forget to include us also in the communication for the program and close cooperation for the promotion. And you might know, and today I would confirm, that there is a tendering now for the information contact points as well within the whole globe of Erasmus countries, where there would be also the points to promote the program. This is coming back to the previous session which was there. But for some takeaways about this flexibility, and by the way, in Jordan also there is an excellent Erasmus Plus office for Mateos to contact for the further promotion. Then for the flexibility and special measures, what we see on sport again in Ukraine, that there is not that much also awareness among the European universities about how to apply this flexibility. There are a lot of contradictions or understanding of the information in a different way. And also there is no such document available openly. This is also the request to European Commission somehow to publish it, because even in Ukraine, when we communicate about this flexibility, the international relation offices ask us to provide some kind of document about these details, explanation of how it works, that this is the actually the directive of European Commission, but not the interpretation or translation of Erasmus Office of some information they got from the national agency, because we are in the network and cooperating a lot, and we really want to make difference and to apply all the flexibility and measures which are open for Ukraine correctly, but not losing our students, because some students actually didn't contact the higher education institutions, even though they are continuing to be the students and benefited from this mobility, like an additional support which is critically appreciated by everybody, just saving the lives and keeping on the study for Ukraine, not like study out of Ukraine, but to get the best and innovative knowledge and then come back to give further like rebirth of the country, would say. Then also about these details on this flexibility, we had also the communication, a lot of negotiation with the rectors of the universities, because they again consider it as a brain drain. So even like understanding that Erasmus exchanges program is not about it, they are now currently very much afraid of it. So again, even students apply to us and saying, Svetlana, will you tell us if we would like to stay after exchange program at the hosting university, should we pay back the scholarship, the grant we got? And if yes, then is it possible to do it in parts? So then they even thinking, you know, to get back this grant for continuing study in the European Union. But again, there should be our communication and maybe some mechanisms within the cooperation between the universities at the level of the interinstitutional agreement, or maybe the level of the program saying that, okay, this is the exchange program, and in any case, you should receive the Ukrainian diploma and just having your experience recognized. And with all the flexibility applied, sometimes it is lost, actually. I mean, this interinstitutional agreement, which in fact, I would like to assure you that within 24 oblasts of Ukraine, majority of universities are still operational. They are either displaced or working or implementing distance learning or blended learning in 12 oblasts of Ukraine. It is unbelievable, of course, because there is a war and there is no safe place in Ukraine. And if you consider that we have 2,000 missiles actually targeted Ukraine, all over Ukraine so far, and also we have a lot of destroyed and premises, but infrastructure. But every day I update the presentation with the lives of people. So this is like with no future, with no life anymore. And that's something which we also should bear in mind. And also they're talking about the inclusion of students and staff. I would like to request your communication to the universities that our students, once they arrive, of course they need psychological help as well as staff, but they also need to be heard of the experience in war, if they can't share it, because it's also like surviving it every time you share it is difficult, but also about the culture, about actually the experience living before war, and also how do they feel? Is they feel being really a European one, or do they feel exactly, or do they understand and share the European values, but not but it is not just a simple list for them? And I'm sure that you would hear back that this is really not the list, and our students now and professors are defending these European values in the whole world, actually in the front line. And everybody has its front line in Ukraine. This is not only military one, but also humanitarian, where the contribution of people-to-people contacts and youth European voluntary, Solidarity Corps, and also credit mobility and other like Tempus, Erasmus Mundus, Jean Monnet, and other actions are now having the specific impact and evidence that there was the first helping hand from all the partners to Ukrainian ones provided by this large network which was already created there. And I'm finishing. I know that the networking is quite important at this thing. Then also within this mobility scheme, the cooperation now is very much needed in terms of the practical skills for our students, because the theory they can learn in parallel within the university studying online, but the practical skills, access to the laboratories and also to the open resources, maybe to some simulators, which is extremely should be in focus also on this mobility. Maybe you would also orient your universities towards this kind of cooperation, and like open resources and access to the professional networks, because you have a lot of innovative experience to be shared, and to integrate maybe the researchers, the staff, the academic staff and the students into these networks, where usually you have like high fees, not affordable, but maybe at this point there is an opportunity to join this part of thing. And we are now discussing the Open University with Ukraine, and also the cooperation with this issue would be really very much helpful. And cooperation projects at the end, like European Universities Alliances and Partnership for Digital Readiness. These are two initiatives where Ukrainians also could be integrated very well with this flexibility approach already provided. And then just coming back to the cooperation with between an integration and inclusion of different countries, we should also a little bit remember that we also invested a lot into European Union invested a lot to Russian Federation and the higher education in Russian Federation, and starting in 1993 together with Ukraine. We joined the program, and you could see the difference in terms of the sharing the values, and also joining the Bologna process in 2005. The people, I mean the soldiers who are now like doing a lot of horror things in Ukraine, they had been educated within this period of time already, and that's like also should be taken care of very attentively within current cooperation, seeing what is the impact, what if this list of the European values just is the list for some countries or just so for some people or not. So I think that it should be also be studied also the impact of like Jean Monnet and other things which we are surviving now in this really war, like a lot of trauma around all, starting from the kids, the families, and everybody, and that's not like not the statistics, unfortunately, and we are in front like there. But we are strong and defending, and with all the support, that really makes us a lot stronger, and so we will win, and we would appreciate and looking forward to welcome you all in Ukraine after victory, and helping us to rebuild our country together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Svetlana, for sharing this information and your viewpoint. And I think it's true for Ukraine and it's true for other partners. First of all, we need to listen what our partners want and need, rather than tell them what they should need. So I was about to thank everybody who has contributed as speakers, as audience, as speakers from the audience to this event. I was about to thank our partner organizations, the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skills, the Czech CZELO, so the Czech representation here in Brussels, the DAAD and VLUHR, the Flemish organization for having co-organized this event. Let me thank the Secretariat staff who has prepared it and organized it, and I know what that entails, so it was a lot of work. Thank you so much for conceptualizing and actually organizing it, and finally, thanks to the technical team that has made this hybrid event possible once more. So we've done our work for today, and I invite all of you for a cocktail reception outside right after this. Thank you so much.
Let it go.